o'clock on Tuesday, July 16th, and I will call to order the City Council meeting. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councillor Eber?
Here.
Councillor Holen?
Here.
Councillor Wheel?
Happy to be here.
Councillor Sheldon?
Here.
Councillor Blum?
Here.
Councillor McGuire?
Here. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The next item of business is an executive session. Mayor Pro Tem Wheel. Just here.
Yeah, got it. Okay, executive session pursuant to CRS section 246402-4F for the purpose of discussing personnel matters concerning a potential amendment to the city manager employment agreement regarding an increase in annual salary and paid holidays to which the city manager has consented to being conducted in executive session. Move that we go into executive session.
Second.
It's a motion and a second. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councillor Eber?
Aye.
Councillor Holen?
Aye.
Councillor Wheel?
Aye.
Councillor Sheldon?
Aye.
Councillor Blum?
Aye.
Councillor McGuire?
Aye. We have a packed house tonight. Thank you all for being here. Just so that you know what's about to happen is we are now going to get up and leave and have an executive session and to discuss the matter that was just referred to, and we will be back around 6:30. So I apologize that you're here this early, but please enjoy the society of your fellow citizens, and we will be back.
Check your share when you come back.
All right. So we are all back in session. There was a sign-up sheet. If you plan on speaking this evening, please make sure that you have taken the opportunity to sign up. And while we're doing that, I will take the opportunity to kind of explain how this works for anyone who might be new to this procedure. Each person tonight will have 3 minutes to address the council. You will be called in the order that you signed up. I apologize in advance if I don't pronounce your name correctly. When you come to the podium, you state your name and address for the public record. You're welcome to address the council about anything that you'd like to address, but you're not allowed to disrupt the meeting, the decorum of the meeting. And so that means no applauding, no booing, no clapping. That's not appropriate. We respect the person that's at the podium. You're not allowed to cede your time to another speaker, so we're here to listen to you. You're welcome to use your entire 3 minutes, and everyone has that opportunity. Your comments are to be directed to the council, not to staff members, not to other people in the audience, right up here. Audience participation is a chance for you to address the council, and sometimes if you haven't done this before, the tendency is to want to engage in a dialogue. That's not how that works. You have 3 minutes to address the council, and the council, it's not a back and forth, and the council will not respond. So if you have questions or things, you're welcome to ask them, but we will not respond to them in this context. Most importantly, I would ask that you model the kind of discourse that you would like to see in our government. If we can't be respectful and civil to each other in this small, tight-knit community, then we really have no hope of seeing it in our elected representatives at the state and federal levels. We're all members of the same community, and everyone in this room has the community's best interest at heart. I know that most of you are probably here because of the cell tower proposal. You're probably aware that there's an agenda item tonight that the council will be considering a staff recommendation regarding how to proceed with the process. For those of you who may be joining this sort of programming already in progress, as a very brief overview, this project started more than a year ago in response to input from citizens that led to a priority to improve telecommunications in the city in the master plan. The master plan is the marching orders for the city council. We hired expert consultants, we held public meetings, we've conducted surveys, we established priorities and criteria. We've considered a variety of alternatives, and our work to date has identified the proposal that you may be aware of as the only feasible solution that the city can undertake. But we acknowledge that there are significant drawbacks. In particular, the proposal conflicts with other priorities in the master plan. And as a result, the city council does not feel that it is appropriate for the council to make that decision, and instead that it should be a decision left to the people of Cherry Hills Village. The city council does not have a position on this proposal, either in favor or in opposition. This discussion for the agenda item, we will not be weighing the pros and cons of the proposal. We will not be discussing alternate solutions. We will be discussing the path forward, if there is one, and how we should proceed. During your public comment, you're free to say whatever you'd like, but comments about how the process should proceed would be most relevant at this time. Finally, this is not a straw poll. The room is full of people. We don't tally 1 for, 1 against, 1 for, 1 against, and make decisions in that way. We know that there are many residents of Cherry Hills Village on all sides of the issue who are not able to be here tonight, and their opinions are also important. This is a chance for you to express your concerns, and as such, if you feel that someone else has already made the points that you wish to make, You are free to just say, I agree with so-and-so. But most importantly, we are here to listen to you. We are committed to listening to you, and we will sit here and listen to you for as long as it takes. So take your 3 minutes if you feel that that's what you need. With that being said, we will open the public comment, and the first person on the list is Martin Greer, or is it Green? Greer. Oh, yes, and I guess please silence your cell phones so that people can have our uninterrupted attention. Thank you.
One point of clarification, please, Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Do I have 3 minutes or 5 minutes as it's?
Sorry, we have 3 minutes. We have a standard of 5 minutes, but it is the prerogative of the chair to change it to 3 minutes when there is such a large group.
Okay, thank you. And thank you to the council members for letting me speak. My name is Martin Greer. I live at 4213 South Colorado Boulevard, right across from Three Ponds Park. I'm here tonight because I believe strongly that the technology utilized in making this recommendation to the council for the cell phone towers is faulty and has yielded a proposal that is basically useless. I came to that conclusion through my experience as an aerospace engineer and a computer consultant and entrepreneur. And over the years, I've learned how to make very quick, back-of-the-napkins estimations as to whether something really makes sense when I'm using state-of-the-art technology, because state-of-the-art technology, frankly, frequently doesn't hold up to its billings. So that's what I did with the limited information that I have here. And if I could have these handed out to the council. And there's a couple extra for the appropriate staff in there as well. And these are all maps that you have all seen before. They are the maps of cell coverage as it exists in the village now and maps of the proposed cells coverage. And basically, one thing I should point out is that the color coding on these two maps is different. The bright green areas on the map of proposed cell phone coverage correspond to what we would call good coverage. The corresponding color for that in the existing map is actually bright orange, not bright green. So if I can draw your attention to the AT&T map right at the top, I've drawn with my little high-tech marker a square around what is an 85-foot AT&T tower that is on the steeple of the Brave Church at Colorado and Hamden. And that square basically encompasses what that tower yields as good coverage. If you look at the new map, you'll see that same square, but then you will see also a red outline. And that eastern half of the village is what this proposal is telling us a single 100-foot pole at Three Ponds Park is going to provide for good coverage. The distance from that pole to the southeast corner of the village is approximately 2 miles. The distance from the AT&T pole to Mansfield, which is the outer edge of that little black square, is about 0.4 miles. So just right on the face of it, this proposal doesn't seem to make any sense whatsoever. And I see that the staff from the memo has come to somewhat of the same conclusion. So I would strongly recommend for this council to accept staff recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Deborah Berger. And
evening.
Lauren Gradinsky.
Yes. Good evening, and thank you for letting us speak. We're not here to talk about the
Sorry, state your name and address for the record.
Okay. My name is Deborah Berger. I live at 36 Cherry Hills Farm Drive.
My name is Lauren Gradinsky. I live at 2600 Cherry Ridge Road.
And we're not going to talk about the tower. We're going to talk about the Cherry Hills Village Citizens Police Academy.
So having just completed the very first Citizens Academy with our police department, Deborah and I feel compelled to briefly share our experiences with all of you.
We've got to witness firsthand how Chief Lyons leads the police department by advocating for his officers, to have access to the training, education, and support that they want and they need. During our 10-week course, we had the privilege of delving into the inner workings of the Cherry Hills Village Police Department. From learning about the intricacies of traffic stops to immersing ourselves into the CSI of footprints and blood spatter, that's hard to say. Every moment was both emotional and thrilling and educational. Driving the police vehicles gave us a firsthand understanding of the challenges that officers face during pursuits. And our time at the gun range and the use of force simulator provided invaluable insights into the rigorous training required to keep the officers ready for anything that they might face. A highlight of our experience was witnessing Officer Ives and K-9 Officer Tuco give an impressive demonstration on the very day that Tuco graduated from the Dog Academy.
In our 10 weeks together at the Academy, Chief Jason created the most captivating, engaging, and fun learning environment where we had 23 Cherry Hills Village residents, most of whom didn't previously know each other, all with diverse backgrounds, conflicting political views, and varying knowledge of law enforcement, all come together with over 30 of our most amazing police officers and law enforcement specialists in a safe space to learn from one another, get out of our comfort zones and experience the stressful split-second decision-making aspects of their job, and have intellectual conversations about sometimes difficult or controversial topics similar to the one y'all are all going to be having tonight later on regarding cell phone towers. Thought we'd lighten things up a little. Not only did we have so much fun learning together as a class, but we also developed new friendships, like my friend Deborah here, with people in our city we may not have otherwise had the opportunity to get to know. Every single one of us left the class feeling camaraderie, new perspective, and respect. Policing isn't just about enforcing laws. A city is truly a better place when police officers, in collaboration with their citizens, work together to create a sense of community.
As Academy graduates, we're proud to express our deepest gratitude to Chief Lyons and all the officers in the police department. As our training approached its conclusion, the class members felt compelled to demonstrate our appreciation. We recognized and honored the exceptional experiences provided to us, as well as the unwavering dedication and courage exhibited by our police officers every day. With the help of the Cherry Hills Village Police Foundation, the class successfully raised over $17,000 to acquire a new state-of-the-art drone and a bulletproof vest for K-9 Officer Tuco. The enthusiasm of the students about this experience inspired individuals outside of our class and even outside of Cherry Hills Village to join us in supporting this cause. This showcases the impact of sharing the knowledge and experiences that were so graciously given to us by Chief Lyons and all of the incredible police officers serving our community.
Thank you so much. That's a very generous gift. Thank you. I know I said applause isn't appropriate, but I guess you can't not applaud that. Laura Chrisman.
Is it on? Yeah. Laura Chrisman, 18 Cherry Lane Drive. Thank you for holding this meeting. And you guys know that I know that your jobs can be rather thankless. So again, thank you. I'm here to support the recommendation of staff to delay the ballot questions that's set forth more particularly in the memo that they submitted. That was my first comment. My second comment is I do not support the first alternative, which is to go to a survey. And the reason is that there are traditionally 7 biases incorporated into these types of surveys. Obviously, the first one's intentional. I'm going to assume that no one ever in this village would do that. But that leaves 6 unintentional biases that can be incorporated into a survey without people even knowing it. But they are biases nonetheless. And I do think that a survey, trying to create a survey that is not biased, even unintentionally, is virtually impossible for a city of our size. I do support the Citizens Committee. I would ask that it include parties from each of the most impacted neighborhoods
in addition to people from other parts of our city. I would also ask that you consider including a member of the board of Cherry Hills Country Club. They are clearly impacted. They have no voting rights, and yet they are a longtime citizen of our village. And I think having them be a part of it would at least be something that you should consider, if there would be anybody on the board who would be willing to serve. Lastly, with this task force, I would ask that this task force be tasked with creating both a short-term and a long-term cost-benefit analysis, which would include the cost-benefit analysis with respect to short-term and long-term cell service, short-term and long-term costs to our parks, and really some issues as to what would happen long-term if technology changes. What is the cost to our village with towers that cannot be removed? So that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mike, is it Plachy? Plackey? And then I'll start doing this after Mike. It's going to be Dwyer Gunn, so you can get yourself on deck. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm Mike Plocky. I live at 1980 East Shenango Court. And I'd like to start by thanking members of council and you, Madam Mayor, for carefully considering this issue before you tonight. I'd like to make three very brief points regarding the cell tower plan. First, I'd acknowledge that there's an issue with poor cell coverage in Cherry Hills Village. There is, and I'm glad you're looking into that issue. Frankly, I'd be glad to support a plan that delivers better cell service to Cherry Hills Village, so long as it doesn't do damage to my neighbors' property values, to our parks, and doesn't, in my view, change the fundamental characteristics of this great city. And unfortunately, I believe that the plan that's on the table tonight does all of those things, and so I am opposed to it. Second, I don't think there's been enough community input into this plan. It's not for a lack of trying. I'm not being critical, but I do support staff's proposal to create a community group to look at this issue more closely. I know that the council relied on the master plan survey, and Laura just mentioned some of the weaknesses in surveys. Bias is one of them, low turnout is another. Obviously here, when we asked folks what options they would like to see to improve cell coverage, I think you got a total of 1,100 residents who responded to question 14 on the survey out of roughly 6,400 citizens. Such a low response rate, I don't think, can be deemed probative of the views of the members of this community. Only 51 residents selected the option that actually underlies this plan, which is to have the city provide financial incentives to cell companies to install additional cell towers in the village. So the plan that's being proposed, in my view, isn't even supported by a majority of the citizens who responded to the survey upon which the study is based. The survey also failed to ask some critical questions like whether residents were willing to sacrifice their parks, their neighborhoods, and the character of the neighborhood. To be fair, one of the issues I think that was in the survey was the issue of taxes. The master plan survey didn't ask about whether taxes could be used to improve cell service. H.R. Green did ask a question about whether people would support using taxes to improve service. Only 24% of the respondents said no. A higher percentage of people said yes, and an additional 39% said they weren't sure they would need more information. So 76% of the respondents, when asked about using tax dollars to solve this problem, said either yes or maybe I need more information, and yet that was rejected out of hand in the parameters that were given to the consultants. Finally, I'd like to make clear, that the current plan is not the only way to solve this problem. It's the only plan that met the four parameters that were imposed on the consultants. And I would encourage this community outreach group that staff has recommended so that we can explore further these other options. And I know I'm over my time, but thank you all very much.
Thank you. Next up is Dwyer Gunn, and after Dwyer is Matt Correll.
Okay, you've thrown us off. The 3-minute thing is really, okay. I'll start by affirming Laura Chrisman's comments in support of staff's motion.
Sorry, Ms. Gunn, could you please state your name and address?
Dwyer Gunn, 1975 East Chenango Court. As I said, I'd like to affirm Laura Chrisman's comments in support of staff's motion to delay the process and establish a citizens commission to study this issue further. I'd also like to put a couple things on the public record for the benefit of those who are just learning about this issue. Specifically, I want to respond to the argument that this proposal is guided by the master plan, or that the city is obligated to pursue this proposal because it's in the master plan. I'll start at the beginning with the guiding vision of the city's current master plan. Now, this isn't the guiding vision of just one chapter. This is the guiding vision of the whole plan. This statement is supposed to lay the foundation for the city's future. This is what it says. It is the desire of the citizens of Cherry Hills Village to maintain and enhance the established character of the community. The plan goes on to say that this character is defined by natural open space, views, and a safe and serene environment. These towers are in direct opposition to the guiding vision for the city's future. The character of the neighborhoods around these towers will not be maintained or enhanced. It will be forever altered for the worse. The neighborhoods will never be the same. They certainly won't be semi-rural or pastoral again. The towers will destroy natural open spaces and views, and they will jeopardize the safety and serenity of parks and neighborhoods. I've also heard the argument that the city is obligated to pursue this proposal because it is in the master plan. There is no mention of cell towers in the entire master plan. The only two specific communication goals are to coordinate with technology providers to have providers install, using their own funds or other external funding, high-speed fiber, and to improve the aesthetic appearance of cell towers. This plan meets neither of those goals. As I said, I'm up here talking about the master plan tonight, in part to make sure this information is part of the public record. But I'm also up here talking about the master plan tonight because this isn't just another report published by the city. This plan and its guiding vision are supposed to be a statement of who we are as a community and what our shared values are. And this master plan, as well as the underlying data, clearly says that we value the established character of this community. And it also clearly says that not only do we value our open spaces, but that these open spaces are integral to who we are. They define the character of this community. You cannot maintain and enhance the village's character while destroying its open spaces. I know that many of the members of this city council have served this committee for many years in many different roles. In fact, I know that some of you helped write the master plan. But if city council moves forward with putting this on the ballot, you will be saying that the village's elected leaders no longer believe in the guiding vision of this master plan. Thank you for your time and thank you for your service.
Thank you. Matt Correll, and after Matt is Drew Damiano.
Hi, Matt Correll. I'm at 1920 East Chenango Court. First, I want to say thanks to every city council person. I emailed each one of you, and I believe I got a response from everybody. That means a lot to me. I think that in the grand scheme, you all have lives outside of city council, and to take an email from somebody that's really annoyed about something you're doing and being willing to talk about it. I think I talked to Dan for about an hour. So thank you for all that. I know that you guys are human beings and really trying to do what's best for everybody. That said, I'm in favor of better cell phone coverage. I want that. I answered yes on the survey, but I do want to say that I would recommend that the city council follow staff's recommendation of putting this on the November ballot measure and delaying it, and also to form the citizen committee to help get better inclusion of all that might be impacted with this really, I think, important and potentially dangerous scenario that we're kind of stepping into. I say dangerous because I have type 1 diabetes. I wear an insulin pump, and it's it's hard. It's a stupid disease. Don't ever get it if you can help it. There are many studies about RF frequency interfering with the operation of a pump, and I take it very seriously. I take my health seriously, and I take the health of my 6-year-old extremely seriously. It was really hard to get my daughter. We went through all kinds of nonsense, but we got her, and I'll do anything to protect her. So having a cell phone tower, a cell tower near her school, she goes to Cherry Hills Village Elementary. The safety issue of this is most important to me. I'm very much concerned about the impact of housing values for me and for my neighbors. But overall, I believe that there are answers outside of what we've been proposed with, given the 4 tenets that have been kind of shown as like, this is our guiding light. I think that I hope that they're in Katie, you said to do something that's going forward. So maybe we can take a look at those 4 tenets and maybe add 1 or 2. Thanks, that's my time.
Thank you. Next up is Drew Damiano, and after Drew is Linda Bear.
Hello, Drew Damiano, 15 Cherryville Drive. The 3-minute thing kind of screwed me up too, so bear with me. Based on my reading of the Charter and Municipal Code, the proposed tower violates several issues. As I understand it, the ballot initiative only addresses 2 of those inconsistencies. However, the city has not provided the actual text of the proposed initiative to the public. The overarching problem is that the cell towers at this size and location do not appear to be contemplated in the Charter or the Code. The Municipal Code has an entire chapter dedicated to regulating wireless telecommunication facilities, Chapter 20. It does not appear that the city has weighed the siting considerations appropriately. Section 20-2-30, the Municipal Code provides that the city towers or the cell towers comport with the following requirements. Number 1, topography and vegetation. The location and development of wireless communication facilities shall, to the maximum extent possible, preserve the existing character and topography of and vegetation. Silhouettes and views. Wireless communication facilities shall be designed and located to avoid dominant silhouettes and to preserve view corridors of surrounding areas to maximize to the maximum extent possible. Based on the tower simulation on the website, all the tower locations appear problematic. First, they certainly do not preserve the character of the topo of the vegetation. And second, it hardly seems feasible that a massive 8-story cell tower could achieve the goal of avoiding the dominant silhouettes and preserving view corridors of the surrounding areas to the maximum extent possible. There's also an issue with these towers being close and adjoining to a state highway, depending on their location. In addition to the language under Section 20-2-130 of the Municipal Code, this requires that the proposed structure's height have a minimal effect upon the adjacent properties with respect to solar access, visual access, and rights of privacy, light, and air. Given that all 3 of these towers will notably surpass the height of any building in the city, it is hard to imagine the height of all these cell towers will not impact at a minimum the visual access to adjacent properties. Another section of the Municipal Code, Section 20-2-140, specifically provides that the total footprint of the wireless communication equipment shall not exceed 350 feet per operator. According to the city's website, the proposed location of the poles in the parks instead of the public right-of-ways, because of the required space to place a pole and associated equipment, is larger than the public right-of-way can accommodate. According to the city, the communication equipment at the bottom of the pole is usually within a fenced area of approximately 50 by 50, yielding 2,500 square feet. This is yet another violation of the Municipal Code. I ask that you consider delaying the November ballot, establishing a citizens task force, and study alternative proposals. Thank you.
Thank you. Linda Bear, and after Linda is Ari Balanoff.
Hi there. Thanks for allowing us to speak to you tonight. I wanted to first start out by thanking...
Sorry, Linda, can you state your name and address?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Linda Bear, and I live at 4645 South Lafayette Street for like 39 years. So, thank you to our city council for their efforts, truly, in trying to solve the issue of poor cell coverage My views in no way reflect negatively on my gratitude for all of your hard work. First and most important is to recognize that we all want better cell coverage in the village. That needs to be addressed and supported. However, after speaking to many of our concerned citizens, including a couple of our city council people like Earl and Dan and Randy, I looked at some of the criteria that you had addressed, which is stated, and I won't go over it again because I only have like 2 minutes and 8 seconds left. So what I wanted to tell you is the one most important thing that actually Earl and I discussed was the most important criteria is not addressed, and that is to protect and preserve our parks and open spaces. So I was going to go through and tell you some of the things that I did last night in the middle of the night when I read the master plan, and all of it relates to a theme, and that theme is how the city can preserve and enhance the safe, serene, low-density residential community. This doesn't do it. So I wanted to say that it is said that the criteria, there will be no cost or tax increase to the citizens of Cherry Hills Village. Really? So at what cost are we willing to sacrifice for the benefit of better cell coverage? Safety to our children, our families, our pets, our wildlife, the overall community? Health? Are we to ignore the potential health effects on anyone who's exposed to these toxic structures? Significant decline in real estate values, I think I can talk to that one, throughout the village, and especially to the homes that surround Woody Hollow Park and Three Pond Park. In addition, one of the most important partners in our community is the Cherry Hills Country Club. All of these segments of our city and the overall community will be financially harmed by the existence of these 100-foot cell phone towers. A conservative estimate could easily be in the multi-million dollars. Destruction of 3 of our parks and open spaces. These parks in our village are invaluable. 2 out of 3 parks are equestrian in nature, and the other pocket park located at University in Quincy is the gateway to our community and across from an elementary school. A 100-foot tower in any of these locations is completely unacceptable. If you were to try to determine the actual monetary values of these parks, they would be in the tens of millions. Leasing or encumbering these parks is analogous to selling our parks. The master plan is sacrosanct. The document does not allow for 3 huge commercial cell phone towers placed in our parks. We must and will find alternatives through the private sector in our community. Let's reject this solution and find an incremental solution that our community can embrace. In summary, I believe strongly that if people in our community truly understand the sacrifice that is being asked of us, they would never support or vote for 3 cell tower albatrosses in our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm sorry, no applause, please. Ari Balanoff, and after Ari Balanoff is Josh Pear.
All right, thank you. My name is Ari Balanoff. I live at 1945 East Shenango Court. Thanks for being here and for doing what you guys do. I moved here when I was 1 to Wynwood Drive. I grew up here. I love Cherry Hills. It's an incredible place to grow up. And in 2013, I moved back here as a parent, and I've brought up 2 kids, and it's a great place to be. And that's thanks to our city council, who has been very, very intentional to keep our place the way it is. So I'm a radiation oncologist, so I treat cancer with radiation. I'm very in tune with how radiation affects the human body. Both high energy radiation that we use to treat cancer, but also low energy radiation, radio frequency radiation that is associated with cell phone towers. And so you might remember I sent you guys a letter talking about the potential side effects of having cell phone towers near you. I gave you a bunch of scientific letters that basically are studies that have associated multiple adverse health effects associated with these cell phone towers, specifically living within 500 to 1,000 meters of these towers. That includes nausea and vomiting, impaired cognition, learning disabilities in kids, and also attention deficit in kids, and near and dear to my heart, increased risk of cancer. So cervical cancer, breast cancer, lung cancer. Now, I'm a scientist, so I understand that these are suggestive. These are studies that suggest a correlation. So they're not proof. That being said, would you decide to live next to one of these if you were given the option? People in Cherry Hills have enough financial ability to have the option. Most people are not going to decide, I want to live right next to a 100-foot cell phone tower for multiple reasons, but one is these associations. And so that is something that I think we need to remember. And even if these comply with the FCC, would you choose to have this tower in your backyard? Now, this proposal, when I saw it, there were two sort of main things that I looked at that I was like, this doesn't make sense. Number one, 100-foot towers. As you know, the cell phone coverage does not stop at our borders. It also improves cell phone coverage for other people who are outside of our community. It invites increased radiation exposure to our citizens. We are tasked with protecting our citizens. So inviting more cell phone radiation into our community doesn't seem like it makes sense. Secondly, one thing that is pretty darn obvious, I think, and you see that people are specifically here who are living next to these proposed sites, this disproportionately affects people who live near these towers in a lot of ways, as far as health and radiation exposure, but also as far as property values, open space, et cetera. So of course there are other solutions. We've talked about them. As a physician, as a citizen here, I will tell you that if this happens, I will move out of this community. I've grown up here, and I hope that you guys reject this proposal. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up is Josh Bear, and after Josh is Jim Crossman. And I wanted to ask, while Josh comes up, the clerk to make sure that there is still a sign-up sheet. If you're joining the meeting and you haven't had a chance to sign up, there's still one back there. Thank you. Okay. Mr. Bear, please go ahead.
Good evening. Thank you. I'm Josh Bear, 19 Huntwick Lane is where I live. Thank you all for the last month and a half of this. Mayor Brown, you and I have had countless conversations. Councilman Sheldon, you were gracious to give me an hour of your time the other day. I've been very impressed at your willingness to hear some of the critical facts and really just graciously represent our community. I think it's important to point out Article 3 of our city's charter sets forth, among other things, the power vested in this council. And that is, among other things, to protect our council or to protect our community, protect the life, health, and all of our properties. And I think it's important to remember as we look at this and reflect on this proposal. As we discussed in Woody Hollow Park, Mayor Brown, there were, 8 or 10 of us. And after some discussion, you admitted that two things that I think were really important. Number one, that you would never put our constituents in danger, knowingly. And number two, that you yourself would never live near one of these structures. It took you a little bit of time to admit that, but you did get there. And I think what's important to point out, and I say that with love, truly, it's important to point out that the proposed site is within mere feet of someone's fence in this room here tonight. And if it fell over, we all think it's safe, that they're engineered. And yet I have examples that I won't bore you with because I only have 1:32 left of these towers falling over for no reason. They're safe, they're engineered, they're across the country, whether it's a storm or there's an example in here where it just fell over. They couldn't figure out why. And God forbid that our city granted a land lease to this neutral host, which ostensibly is a land sale of some of our most cherished spaces. And then a 100-foot structure is erected. Chapter 20 of our code says that needs to be at least 100 feet from someone's property line. And yet this violates that. What if it fell over? What if it hurt someone? And it's because of the actions that we're all discussing here tonight. So I would implore all of you, please, reject this proposal. Don't just delay it, reject it. It's the wrong proposal for the city. We've heard here reasons why. Form a citizens committee. My guess is, based on the people in this room, they would be willing to serve on this committee, as would I. Let's collaboratively work together, and let's find something that fits the character of Cherry Hills Village, the city's charter, our guiding principles. Let's keep everyone safe. as we all should. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Jim, sorry, applause is not appropriate. Jim Crossman, and after Jim Crossman is Dan Gay.
Good evening. My name is Jim Crossman. I live at 12 Cherryvale Drive. My wife Karen and I have lived in the village for 26 years, and we raised our children here, and we are unanimously opposed to any cell towers in any of our parks for the reasons that have been already mentioned. And I understand that the process was one of the criteria for the consultant was that there would be no tax impact on the residents, but Cherry Hills Village has got to be one of the richest zip codes in the country, and I don't know why we would ever consider the cheapest option. I think we should consider the best option, the safest option, the one that's least obtrusive. And there are alternatives, obviously, and basically every city that surrounds Cherry Hills Village is adopting the small cell tower technology. Specifically, Greenwood Village just passed their code for the small cell design. They passed it in 2019. And I spoke with George Lance, the mayor of Greenwood Village, and he told me an interesting story that Arapahoe County wanted to put a 100-foot tower in Greenwood Village. And Greenwood Village fought it and won because they knew it would be devastating to the character and quality of their neighborhood. And so I think it's ironic that Cherry Hills Village is considering putting 3 of these towers in and putting them in our parks. I spoke with Derek Sturtz, who's the planning manager at Greenwood Village, about their build-out, and it's very detailed, what they've accomplished, and what they have adopted are the small cell towers. They, in residential areas, are restricted to 30 feet. They're disguised as, in some cases, traffic signals, poles, and we have 11 intersections in our city that we could put these poles in that would be well disguised at 30 feet. In residential neighborhoods, they require that the poles be placed at the intersection of the properties. So that would be at the street in the right-of-way, and obviously at that location, at the intersection of the properties, it would be the farthest distance from the houses. How do we pay for it? Well, we paid for burying power lines by a tax on our Excel bill. We could consider replicating that. The city received $1,670,000 from the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. We spent $168,000 of it on the HR Green study. That leaves $1.5 million left. So that would be good seed money to develop the small cell tower. And small cells are not the only option. Apple, Starlink, and T-Mobile are all working on providing cell service using satellites. Instead of large satellite phone, however, this technology would work with our existing cell phones.
Mr. Crossman, I need to ask you to wrap it up. I'm sorry. Final comments.
Okay. So there would be no new cell towers needed at all. I would like to volunteer to be on the Citizens Committee. I think it would be interesting, and I would welcome the opportunity to help study other options that are perhaps not the cheapest, but would be in the best interest of the city.
Thank you. Dan Gay, and after Dan is Anna Thauberg.
Good evening, everyone. Hello, I'm Dan Gay. I'm at 13 Cherryvale Drive here in Cherry Hills Village. My wife, Kathy, and I have lived here for 24 years, and we have raised our children here who caught crawdads and snakes and frogs and every other kind of critter you can think of. But I thank the City Council for listening to us tonight. I thank you, the Mayor Brown, for coming out and listening to us a couple weeks ago. The neighbors actually created a 50 by 50 foot barrier to show what 2,500 square feet really means next to Drew's fencing. It went all the way to the horse corral in Woody Hollow Park. We, thanks to Drew, put up 100-foot helium balloons, which worked brilliantly until the wind started blowing. But 100 feet, one thing I'd like everybody to really think about is 100 feet. And I did this, I've talked at the last two meetings, at the zoning commission meeting and also at the open space meeting. What I ask everybody to do is just think in terms of 100 feet. What does 100 feet mean? To me, when I'm driving and Waze tells me, take a right in 1,000 feet, I don't know what that means. I have to think in my brain, well, that means like 3 football fields, so that's still a ways away. But what is 100 feet? What I'd like everybody to look at is what exactly 100 feet means. The 3 school buses that are stacked upon each other. The Statue of Liberty is 151 feet at the actual statue. So a 100-foot tower would go just below the elbow. 100 feet would also mean, what else do I have here? An 8 to 10-story building. So 100 feet, that's huge. And when you look at a helium balloon that's up in the air like we did, or you look around other cities and you look at cell phone towers, there are cell phone towers around that are 30 feet that are pretty audacious. There are ones that are 70 feet that are incredibly large. And the ones that are on the website that have renderings of 100 feet are just audacious. And if you add the 50 by 50 foot, 2,500 square foot area in there, which needs a concrete pad, it needs equipment, you need service roads to access it. I know that Laura mentioned in one of the last meetings that we'll need blinking lights on top of these towers because of we have a right-of-way with the hospitals and flying. And so what does 100 feet really look like? I thank Matt Carroll, one of my new friends, and I thank all of you because I've got a lot of new friends. A lot of neighbors have come together that really don't believe in this. And my wife and I believe in better cell coverage, absolutely. And I believe in 2 things. I believe that we need to punt this down the road a bit. I think we need to relook at this, look at other options, and there are many other bright people that can certainly give us other options. And I also think that we need a task force committee, which I think Jim Crossman will be a fine representative to represent that committee, who just now committed to it. But what I will also do...
I need you to wrap it up. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to wrap this up. It says 40 seconds. So I'll wrap this up. But 100 feet. So my friend Matt Carroll sent this from Longmont. This is an actual cell tower that's next to a school. And if you'll look at how small that school bus is, that's what 100 feet represents. And we're talking about putting each of these in our parks next to my neighbor's house. Behind my backyard, we'll be able to see this cell phone tower. And just this weekend, the Audubon Society had a nice 30-kid event in Woody Hollow Park, and I just couldn't imagine a big-ass cell phone tower that's sitting out there. So thank you very much. I appreciate you listening to me.
Next up is Anna Thalberg, and after Anna is Howard Shermer.
Hi, my name is Anna Thalberger. I live at 1920 East Chenango Court. A lot of my comments have been, you've already heard them so far, so I'll try and keep this short and sweet. For me, the health effects really make this proposal a non-starter. If you really think about how you would feel if one of these towers caused a child to get cancer or caused a child to grow up to have infertility issues, or many of the other things that can happen. We talked about changes in the brain. While we maybe don't have an exact study of that because no one has sat for 10 years with a child and watched them grow up under these heavy frequencies, there is enough information out there that Ari has provided that you can find to where there is a high probability that it would it would be damaging to children. And I think even if it was only, say, 25% chance, 50% chance, let's say 75, that should be enough for all of us to say, hey, I don't think this is the right choice. We have that responsibility to take care of our children in here and speak up for them because they can't speak for ourselves. So that to me is the biggest thing about this whole proposal with these large towers. I did also want to mention that, so my nephew, he's working on his PhD in IT. He's actually working with Amazon Web Services and Starlink. And his project, which was recently publicized and presented in New York, is doing salmon tracking. So these systems are already working. He's using Starlink to track the salmon all through waters up in northern BC. And I think these new technologies are a lot closer to us than we really think. So I think with going with these towers, it's kind of like installing a landline when, you know, cell service is going to be right around the corner. I think that's another reason why we might want to not only delay, but really investigate some of these other options, because we're not going to hear about them from AT&T or Verizon because those are competitors. And there's a lot of different things going on out there. I work in the tech space, new startups and things like that with a private equity company. There's so many things out there that I think that we could look at that might be more in line with what Cherry Hills expects and wouldn't cause these issues for children that live in our spaces.
Thank you. Howard Shermer, and then is it Randy Dukes? Randy Dukes?
I'm Howard Shermer. We live at 4100 East Quincy Avenue in very close proximity to Quincy Farm. Basically one lot away from Quincy Farm property lines. And that's the principal reason that I would like to speak to you tonight. And I'll make it brief. On July 5th, there was a fire in the west side of Quincy Farm. And it was early in the morning, and I did contact the fire marshal and found out that they got a call at 5:58 in the morning, and it was after dawn. People were out in that area. It was a grass fire. We're lucky that it was reported early. The area right now has 18-inch to 2-foot high grass in it. There's dead wood in the trees. If we would have had a wind like the Marshall Fire or like the Lahaina Fire, there would be no Quincy Farm, and all of the nearby neighbors would be gone. It was a tragic situation, and interestingly enough, whoever did this, and they believe it was a mortar, followed the rules, the posted rules on the signs. They were right on the trail. They set the thing off right on the trail where the fire marshal found it. And nonetheless, it just must have fallen over, and we were just damn lucky. So I would like to really have the city address this issue of access. I think it's critically important that something is done here, because fire is terrible. I've been evacuated from the Butte Fire in California, the third largest at the time in California. I know how frantic and terrible it is. Being an engineer, I couldn't help but poke around on the cell towers. And I have two relatives that are working on this. One builds T-Mobile Cell Towers of California, is a construction manager. It's his only client, and he builds them all over the state. And I asked him, I said, what's the future of these cell towers? And he told me, he said, it's likely in 2025 that text messages will come down through the satellites. I have my wife's cousin's husband works for Amazon, And he is a project manager on Amazon's project to bring the internet to the world. And basically, this is over the horizon, but not very far over the horizon. So really, we need to keep on top of this. I really think it's moving far faster than maybe we'd all like. Thank you very much, and I appreciate all the good work all of you do, the staff and the council. Thank you.
Thank you. Randy Dukes, and then after Randy is Dave Whitehead.
My name is Randy Oakes.
Sorry.
And I'm at 5050 South Franklin. And my purpose for being here is quick and simple, and that is to show both my wife Susan and myself, we adamantly would like to not see this proposal getting onto the ballot. And for all the reasons that have already been presented, I really don't feel I need to continue, but we would also like to see further research and development, just as everyone said. I mean, Starlink, who knows? So thank you very much.
Thank you. Dave Whitehead, and then Ross Lair.
I'm Dave Whitehead, 4174 South Eudora. My wife and I have lived here for a little over 32 years, raised our sons here. We love it. However, I've heard a great deal of things expressed about reasons why this is a tough thing to pass on. So I'm going to address just one issue, and that's of health. I decided I'd go online and go to what I consider some reasonably important sources. World Health Organization, American Cancer Society, the FDA, and FCC. And they had a section in each one of them where they addressed the possible health impact from cell towers. They're negligible at best. So what I've done, I unfortunately didn't make a lot of copies.
You can provide it to the clerk, and we'll add that to the record. Thank you.
So according to those sources, the health impact probable is near zero, or negligible, if you will. The other thing that they pointed out that was important to me was that the cell phones themselves have stronger signals than the cell towers. And so, you measure it yourself, but go to those 4 sites if you want your eyes opened, if you're concerned at all. That's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Ross Lair, and then Joan Geiser. Did I get that right? Okay.
Never seen so many suits and ties. Thanks to everybody, all the council members, the mayor. And I want to special thanks to the the Cherry Hills Police Department. We've got a safe community. My name's Ross Lair. I live at 14 Huntwick Lane. We built our house 40 years ago. Our 3 children have gone to Cherry Hills Village Elementary School. We've got grandchildren. I'm not too smart, but there's something called artificial intelligence, ChatGPT. Perhaps some of you have used it, some of you have known about it. But I posed this question to ChatGPT, and I said to ChatGPT, I wrote, I live in Cherry Hills Village, Colorado, which is predominantly residential, has a population of approximately 6,000 residents as of the 2010 census. The city is approximately 6.5 square miles. We have very poor cell coverage, and the city council is proposing 3 100-foot cell towers to improve the coverage. The 3 towers will be spaced in different areas of the city. The character of the city is very rural, and there are no commercial stores by law. What better alternatives? I asked gave it the facts. And then I asked, what better alternatives are there that would be less destructive to the rural atmosphere that will accomplish better cellular coverage that we should be considering? And I sent this, a copy of this, to all of the, to the mayor and to the city council members. ChatGPT responds back within literally minutes, really 1 minute. To improve cellular coverage in Cherry Hills Village while maintaining the local character, the rural character, here are several alternative approaches to consider. I'm not going to go through them all, there's a description, the benefits, but small cell technology, distributed antenna systems, camouflage towers, community-based solutions, enhanced Wi-Fi calling, public-private partnerships, leveraging existing infrastructure. Each of these alternatives comes with its own set of considerations regarding costs, coverage, effectiveness, and implementation, complexity. Engaging with telecom experts, urban planners, the community can help in selecting the most appropriate solution that balances improved cellular coverage with the preservation of Cherry Hills Village rural character. I think there's other alternatives. I think, after, we've been talking, emails going all over the place. I think everybody's pretty well committed that 3 100-foot cell towers are not the answer. If there are alternatives that'll work, let's find them. Thank you.
Thank you. Joan, is it Geyser or maybe Geyser? Oh, she had to leave, okay. Peter Teglow, maybe? South Colorado Boulevard? Yes, okay, thank you. Peter, we'll just call you Peter.
As you can see, I cannot write. Peter Taylor, 3701 South Colorado Boulevard. Lived there with my wife for only 4 years, so we're newcomers to the village. And one of the main reasons we're here is because it's so obvious in Cherry Hills Village that successive councils and long-term residents have maintained a character and a beauty to this village that is incomparable. It's unique. I think there's very little doubt that 3 100-foot towers would destroy that character very significantly. I'm fortunate in that we live close to the church cell phone towers. There are many days when I wish I had no cell phone service, but I'm sure you'll all sympathize with that. So I would feel that alternatives to this must be explored. If they cost money, they cost money, but I just cannot see that we can destroy parks with absolute ice wars. They'll be the first thing that you see when you enter the village because they tower over everything. So my wife and I are both very much opposed to the cell phone towers and would love the task force to start its life by dismissing that as an idea and finding alternatives that we can utilize and afford. Thank you.
Thank you. And now that you say Taylor, I can totally see that, so I apologize. Becca Damiano, and after Becca is Sutton Damiano.
Hi, everyone. Oh, gosh, thank you. My name is Becca Damiano. I live at 15 Cherryvale Drive. And Josh, thank you for mentioning I am that house that it will fall on. So I come to you tonight with gratitude for your service, but I am also understandably extremely passionate and emotional about this. So please know nothing I say is a reflection of your service, and I'm grateful for all you do for our community. My husband Drew and I have lived in our home since June of 2012. The proposed site of the Woody Hollow Park Tower is currently slated about 5 feet from the back fence of our home. My husband and I are both Colorado natives and initially fell in love with Cherry Hills Village long before we moved here because my sister lived in Cherry Hills Farm West. When our girls were little, we spent every Halloween for 8 years trick-or-treating in our neighborhood prior to buying our home. And we laughed when we moved into Dan and Kathy, next door to Dan and Kathy, whom my girls had always labeled the scary house because of their Halloween decorations. From the time we can remember, we always knew we wanted to raise our children in Cherry Hills Village. And when we found our house, we thought we'd won the lottery. Our house needed so much work, but the lot was an absolute dream. It doesn't matter to us that the condition of the home was less than stellar. We didn't care. We knew we had found our forever home. We thought long and hard about tearing it down and completely rebuilding, but one of our favorite things about Cherry Hills Village, along with the respect and the love for preserving open space, was the character each and every home has. Our old 1960s farmhouse had such a history, and we felt we needed to preserve and honor that. So that's what we tried to do. Over the course of the first 7 years we lived in it, there's nothing we didn't touch in our home. Our biggest project came in 2017 when we added on and completely changed the entire feel of our home. Why? Because we wanted to embrace the open space, Woody Hollow Park, that is literally our backyard. Everything we did in that remodel, in addition, was not only to bring the outside in, but to embrace the beauty that lies behind us. It was perfect. Watching my girls grow up playing in the creek and learning how to ride a horse in the horse arena, playing tag and hide and seek and pretend in the open space, it had been everything. It was everything we dreamed for their childhood. The pride we felt not only in our home, but to tell people where in Cherry Hills Village we lived was something we were always so proud to share. Professionally, I have sold residential real estate for 14 years. Assisting people with such a major milestone in their lives is truly an honor. Sometimes it's sticky and messy and complicated, but when successful, the result is pretty phenomenal. In all those years, telephone poles and cell phone towers have been something that makes me incredibly uneasy. Am I almost out of time?
Almost.
Oh, dear Lord. Anyway, all I wanted to say is I do my due diligence with my clients. I would never allow them to sacrifice their investment, their health, their safety, but it's their choice. If they want to do that, it's their choice. And this ballot measure is taking away my choice that I chose to live and raise my family next to open space. And it is imperative that this is considered as we move forward. I get it. There's an issue with cell phone service in our community, and I am all for trudging ahead, but not like this. It will truly ruin my life, my neighbors' lives. It, to me, is absolutely unacceptable. Thank you again for your service.
Thank you. Sutton Damiano, and after Sutton is Ron Yares.
Hi, my name is Sutton Damiano. I live at 15 Cherryville Drive also, which is again 5 feet from one of the proposed 100-foot cell towers. As my mom said, I moved in when I was in 2nd grade. And I remember the day we toured the house, as my mom said, my sister and I were in awe of our backyard. It was like a fantasy land where we could just be kids and have a childhood. The open space isn't just an empty lot of land. It is another universe and a place of serenity and beauty hidden within the Denver metro area. It is a place for kids to grow up, dogs to explore, families to enjoy. I can confidently stand here today and tell you that Woody Hollow Park was my childhood. I am not here with numbers or facts. I'm just here to remind you of the moral implications of this proposed tower. This tower that is 5 feet from my backyard isn't just a vote on a ballot. It is a life-altering decision that you are forcing upon us. Morally, I cannot begin to wrap my head around this as the solution. Woody Hollow Park isn't just free territory. It is as much a part of my home as the part that's fenced off or covered by roof. Think about this if this was your home, where your children grew up, where your animals lived, where you were supposed to feel safe. With your vote, you are ripping that from our hands. If this tower goes up, I will no longer feel safe in my own home, and that will be something you will have to live with for the rest of your life. This will be your legacy. Understand that your vote will change the course of my own, my family's, and every single household that resides in the area of this tower. You are robbing us of serenity, safety, and millions of dollars. Many of you won't see this tower when you wake up in the morning, come home, have dinner with your family at night, but I and my family will. I have to see it, hear it, and be one of the ones that reaps the health complications of the RF waves. My parents joked, but let's be honest, it isn't a joke, that if this tower goes up, they will not allow my own children to visit them in their home. My own children will not be able to visit their grandparents in my childhood home because of this vote to place the tower. Please let that sink in. I want to mention that I've been to city council meetings. I joined my parents and neighbors meeting with our mayor, and I listened to what was said and the strong arguments that were made. I am educated in this manner despite my age. I beg for you to think about more than just internet. Think about our quality of life, think about health, think about what we the people are telling you. Think about the children that will no longer be able to run in the open space like I did. Think about the ramifications. Now, the discussion of profit is one that has been very influential in the proposition of this tower. The neutral host has pitched that the village will not have to pay a single penny. But we, my neighbors, and my family are carrying the weight of this tower on our shoulders, your tower. As someone who is part of a generation who has lived my entire life with internet, this solution, I believe, is unnecessary and unacceptable. There is no world where I will trade years of my own life and my loved one's life just so a text will send faster. The statement that this is having no effect on the city is simply untrue, especially for me and my family. If I've learned anything in my 19 years of life, it is to fully educate yourself on a matter before making a choice, thinking before you do and being considerate to all, minority or not, in your actions. Please, I just ask council to use your heart a little. If anything doesn't change your mind, think about if this was your life, your kids, your house being affected. I beg you to listen. If I can be expected to think that clearly at the age of 19, I would expect nothing less from you.
Thank you. Please, applause is not appropriate. Thank you. Ron Yaros? Yaros.
Ron Yaros.
And after Ron is Janice Hunt.
19 Cherry Hills Farm Drive. Everybody's already said what I was going to say, but I want to tell you one thing that's kind of interesting. I just got back 2 days ago from a fishing trip in Canada. It was in northern Manitoba, and it's as far north as you can go. We had to take one plane, another plane, and then a float plane, and we were in the middle of nowhere. I spoke to my wife on the phone, and we did text messages back and forth and sent photos like I was in Denver and she was here. It was Starlink. I think that these towers and this whole thing, like several people had said, in another year or two are gone. That Starlink, honest to God, it was just like I was down the street. It was better than I can do here in the village. So be thinking about some of these things. You know, it's up there now. People are using it. Somebody talked about Alaska and tracking the salmon. That's Starlink. You know, these guys are putting this stuff up there so that we don't need the rest of this. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Janice Hunt, and after Janice Hunt is Keith Bierman.
Hi, I'm Janice Hunt at 1776 East Tufts Avenue. You know, I think there is a serious problem with the cell service here, and something has to be done. I attended focus groups and meetings, and what I was hearing is there is a problem with the 911 in certain areas, and I think that needs to be addressed. We need to find a solution to that people were being injured on the Highline Canal. No one could call 911. They couldn't get the service. They had to leave the victim there. So that is a real concern, especially at my age. So I'd like to just say that we have to find a solution. We have a lot of smart people here in Cherry Hills, and I'm sure we'll get to one. Thank you, and thank you for your service.
Thank you. Keith Bierman, and then Richard Abels.
Keith Bierman, 5430 Nassau Circle East.
I had written these remarks before I'd read the staff memo, so excuse my slight renumbering of the constraints. As I saw it, you were trying to achieve no direct expense, located purely in existing city rights of way, and equitable so that coverage everywhere and for every carrier. Those combined instantly should have made it clear to the consultant that we would have something resembling this proposal, which, as a reductio ad absurdum, should have been rejected, which should have led to, how about we relax these constraints? So, for instance, if we did not insist on having multiple carriers, if we reduced it by 2 carriers, we take the 100-foot towers and bring them down to 75 feet. Probably still bigger than we would want, but that's an example. If we don't demand perfect coverage everywhere or even baseline coverage everywhere, how big would the holes be? The notion that it should cost the city nothing, as many others have stated, I don't know where that came from. Of course, we, as taxpayers, we all want everything for free. But then when you tell us that it's going to cost us 3 parks, perhaps you could convince us that some money should be spent. By relaxing these constraints, we open up a variety of technical options with the existing technology, and as others have quite correctly observed, it all may be moot in under 5 years. Starlink and iOS 18 on the Apple phones will bring in the texting, and calls will not be that many years behind. So please don't do this. Don't do this now. In fact, don't do this particular proposal ever. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, please. Richard Abels and then Mary Conroy. So Richard, did Richard have? Yeah. Okay, thank you. That was Mary Conroy. Richard Abels no longer here. Thank you, Mary Conroy, just says ditto. John Mackin.
Hi, everyone. John Mackin, 4989 East Oxford. I'm coming at this from a slightly different background, but same opinion as everybody else. This is my first ever city council meeting in my soon-to-be 40 years of life that I felt compelled to come to. I'm at the forefront of technology at work. I build generative AI solutions for a living. The gentleman who used ChatGPT actually did a pretty good prompt that he sent back. I moved to Cherry Hills recently, so I moved about a year ago, and I'm also not by one of the proposed sites. So this is not a selfish buy my house stance that I'm taking. So despite all of this, I still don't think the proposal on the table is the right thing for Cherry Hills Village. As far as the study goes, everything I looked at online, there are a few gaps that I saw within the criteria. I think the consultants did a good job within the study, but I'd like to echo what I've heard as well. I was surprised to see that preserving the natural beauty of Cherry Hills wasn't top of the list. And I'd also like to echo that if people aren't willing to pay for something, is it really that big of a problem? I think in my work as well, most of the time is spent understanding the problem. My setup at home that any of us could have, we have perfect cell phone coverage in our homes. You have basic Xfinity internet, you have a mesh router, and you have a cell phone with Wi-Fi calling. It's not an issue in your home. So then we're down to roads and walks. Do we really need 5G coverage? Do we need to FaceTime our friends while we walk? Do we need to watch videos while we drive? I think we need to take another look at the problem that's really here before we look at solutions. I think we need to revisit some of the solutions that are there. And for me, the most important thing that I want to voice is we moved here because of the beauty, the safety, the schools. It wasn't even in the radar that we cared about cell phone coverage. And believe me, I saw it every time I looked at our house. I couldn't call anybody. So thank you for considering this. I also support the Citizen Council. I think people who live here who have to live with the solution are the people who should design the solution.
Sorry, please. James Evans, and then after James is Cecil Evans. Did they leave? Okay. Stella Gelfer. And after Stella is Jonathan Rimond. Remembered.
Hi, I'm Stella Gelfer and my husband Jacob Gore. We live 5052 East Princeton Avenue. And we want not to delay the voting for November ballot.
And we'd like to remind everybody if it is on the November ballot, people can still vote no. Okay, so it's not like that's the solution. Our arguments are this. The technical study was conducted. The resulting solution addresses the line of sight requirements for 5G. Okay. The alternative, we'll address Skylink in a second. The alternative would be to have a whole bunch of smaller towers next to many more people's fences. Okay. We live only 3 blocks away from a tree-lined level cell phone tower. Our reception is horrible. Our neighbors across the street go outside of their house to make phone calls. Okay, so yeah, it's not pretty to have these 100-foot structures, but that's why they're 100-foot, is so that it can actually hit everybody's house. Yeah. As far as the alternatives, Skylink, okay, maybe in a year or two, everybody's going to be using it. And what makes people think it's going to be reliable when 1 billion people are using Skylink? It's not just Cherry Hills who's going to be on it, right? Voice over IP, Comcast is really the only viable broadband provider in Cherry Hills. Their reliability is not great. If you have to make 911 call at the time when they have an outage, you might not live. Okay. As far as the eyesore aspect, can't argue with that. Here's a suggestion. Maybe some artists could be asked, what would you do to make this into a landmark instead of an eyesore? Yeah. You know how Colorado has that 2% requirement, you have to spend this much on art? Maybe this can be art. Just thinking. Okay? So we are asking to put this proposal on the November ballot.
And we both software engineers, so we know what we're talking, especially after
we seem to be
danger to the health.
We seem to be split between real estate people and tech people. Both of us are tech people.
Thank you. Jonathan Rimmond. I'm butchering that, I'm sorry. And then after Jonathan is Chris Balanoff.
Okay. Hi, I'm Jonathan Reinemund.
Reinemund, sorry.
Reinemund, yeah. 4229 South Bel Air Circle. First, thanks for this meeting, and thank you for receiving the emails that we sent to each of you with our family's view on the cell phone towers. Scientific, medical, technical, technological, health, real estate, machine learning, and AI, and just about every other perspective has been represented. So I just was going to bring what my 8-year-old daughter, who was born here and has spent her whole life in this special community, summed up with a view with this sign that she made and asked me to bring. So I'll just share this with the council, and I'll share it with the people here. It just says, "Keep our nature." We support the staff recommendation to delay and hope to dismiss this option entirely. We agree with Laura Chrisman, do not support the survey. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris Balanoff and then Richard Battenberg.
Well, this is one picture of my daughter flying a kite, so you can pass these out. That's in Woody Hollow.
Hi, Katie.
So first off, I'm Chris Balanoff. I live at 1945 East Shenango Court, right behind Woody Hollow Park as well. First, thank you for serving and working on this obviously known issue that's a problem here. I'm requesting that you delay or abandon this vote for the November ballot, please, pretty please, for me and my family and all the other 8-year-olds and 13-year-olds out there. And also, I recommend a citizens committee to establish a better solution. I guess just to talk about myself briefly, I'm a proud mother of 2 alumni of CHVE, as is Katie. Dylan and Asher started kindergarten together there. And Lyndon, my daughter, is now 16. Asher is 13. And again, for them and for the future generations there, I propose that these towers are just an awful idea with potential safety issues, as well as being an eyesore and really stressful for the teachers in that environment as well, to be next to a big cell tower. I've already had some of my patients ask me about it as an OBGYN. So again, I'm also a physician. I'm an OBGYN physician at the Arapahoe Kaiser Permanente building at Arapahoe and Hawley. So I take care of a lot of people here, and even in my little world of OBGYN, I've had a lot of people stressed about this, pregnant, non-pregnant, infertility, perimenopausal like me, lots of things. People have concerns about the safety of these low, radiation risk. As you can tell, I'm way more comfortable talking about OBGYN stuff. Bring out sex, libido, contraception, whatever. I can talk about it all day long. But right now, I'm super nervous. So sorry about that.
Let's not, please.
Okay. All right. So also, obviously, I'm a resident here. I moved here in 2013. So it's been about 11 years now. And I was really aware of the awesome piece of living in open space and this country living because Ari, my husband, he grew up here. And so, in med school, we would study at 3 Wynwood Drive in Old Cherry Hills under a freaking linden tree. And we named our daughter Linden because of that tree, right behind Woody Hollow Park. Like, that's our land. That's where we live, and that's where we play and recharge as well. So first off, thank you. I wanted to just let you know, obviously it's a no-brainer. We do have a cell coverage issue that needs to be addressed. It's suboptimal. But again, we've got to hold off and figure out a better solution. And it sounds like there's so many better solutions that so many people have addressed. So I did send a letter. I don't know if you guys got it or not because I didn't get a response. I know you guys probably got bombarded with a lot of them. So, but I do hope you got it. But I wasn't sure, so I thought I would read a couple things that I did right in case it got lost.
Chris, unfortunately, I need you to wrap up, but we did receive the letter.
Okay.
And feel free to leave a copy with the clerk if you'd like to make sure that gets entered into the record.
Okay. So what I will say is our intention when we moved out of the city from Park Hill and into Cherry Hills over 10 years ago was to provide the semi-rural, country-ish, non-industrial space is grace experience for ourselves and our children. And that is being jeopardized. I also am concerned about the environmental safety issues with radiation near CHVE. We do need to protect children. They are the most vulnerable. Leaders are responsible for taking care of people and wildlife and animals and fauna and flora that are vulnerable. And so that's why I'm here speaking today. I also want to briefly mention the story instead of everything that was in my letter. And that is, Ari wrote to you early on when we heard about this. No one knew about this. And the letter that he wrote was just sitting on the kitchen table. And my daughter picked up the letter and looked at it, and it said at the end of the letter, it said, "We will likely move if these cell towers are up in Woody Hollow Park." And Lyndon, she's 16 now, and she said, "Daddy, we wouldn't really move, would we? Like, that's crazy. We would move if there was a cell tower in Woody Hollow." And we both said, we was like, yeah, we probably would, because there are legitimate concerns about our safety. And it was heartbreaking to tell her that. And I'm just begging you to please hold back, consider all of the data and postpone this for now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Richard Battenberg, and after Richard is Chris High.
Hello, Richard Battenberg. I'm 58 Glenmore Circle. Appreciate all the work that you do because I'm the president of the HOA in Glenmore. So you take a lot more guff than I do. So I think everything's been said that can be said. The Citizens Committee should be convened and we should look into this more. There's better technology. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris High, and then Lois Rodriguez.
I know you don't want me to cede my time, but I have a neighbor who has a bedtime. Can I please give up my time for him?
Your neighbor kid is welcome to sign up. There's still a
He
sign
is.
up.
He's
Oh,
100.
okay.
He's number 120.
Oh, sorry, this only goes to 40. Yeah, there's not 100 more people in front of you. So
Can he speak?
you go ahead and take your time, and then we'll have him take his time. I know it seems really formal. That's the way we need to do it. I'm sorry. So take your time, and we only have about 8 more people.
Okay. Chris High, 6 Huntwick Lane. I want to thank you for your unwavering commitment and dedication to public service. My hope is that by the end of this evening, we all remember that we share a mutual priority, preserving the character of Cherry Hills Village and protecting our open spaces. It's a noble and just cause, and I think it unites us all. I'm a mother of 2 children of Cherry Creek High School teenagers, a wife of 19 years, an engaged neighbor, a taxpayer, a registered voter, a concerned resident. Every morning and every evening, I walk our dog on a 1-mile loop around Woody Hollow, along the Little Dry Creek. Anywhere from 4 to 5 days a week, I run the Cherry Hills Village trails onto the Highline Canal and have achieved cumulative distances between 800 and 1,000 miles a year. That's the equivalent of running to Las Vegas, Phoenix, or Los Angeles. Because I'm an avid enthusiast of our trails and open spaces, finding both physical endurance and mental clarity with the land that extends far beyond my home. And yet I must confess, I complain about cell phone coverage. We need to change the conversation to one of hierarchy of needs. Tonight is actually neither a conversation about 100-foot cell phone towers nor cell phone coverage. The number one need is that we need to respect and protect our city charter and municipal code. The proposed cell phone tower project threatens our fundamental principles in several ways. Number one, it's a violation of public trust. Number 2, it's destruction of our open spaces. Number 3, it sets a precedent for restrictive development. Number 4, it's inconsistent with our community preferences. And number 5, there is a long-term impact. Nowhere in the municipal code of Cherry Hills Village does it say that the protections of this zoning should be subject to a majority vote. Nowhere in this document does it say that the residents of District 1 and half of the residents of District 2 and 3 shall only enjoy a semi-rural character, peace, quiet enjoyment if everyone else in the village votes to grant them those privileges. I urge you to pause and reconsider this approach, and I have 3 requests. Establish a citizens committee. Until this approach is completed, do not add this issue onto our ballot. And never take for granted that the City Council has the authority to amend the municipal code. You erroneously asked to hear from the voters if there was support for this change. And I stand alongside residents to explicitly communicate my adamant rejection of this change. Thank you.
Thank you. Lois Rodriguez, and then John Sudarth. Lois. Oh, Louise, I'm sorry. Been said. Okay, thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. John Sudarth? John had to leave. Ryan Smith. Ryan Smith is, we have a winner, and Margaret Brownlee is after Ryan Smith.
Mayor Brown, council members, thank you for your service. My name is Ryan Smith. I live at 2 Cherrymore Drive. That's located in the Cherrymore South neighborhood, which is directly across University from here, and across from City Park, which I learned is deemed City Park, where I understand one of the towers is proposed. I only recently learned about this issue, in the last month or so, and I wrote a letter to the council today and sent it to you. So a lot of my comments are in there. I won't repeat them, much of which echoes what's been said here tonight. But simply put, I just think the ends don't justify the means here. While I, like others, would love improved cellular service, I wouldn't want that at the expense of our village's most cherished asset, which is, to me, its character. And I think the city's own vision statement contained in the 2022 master plan says it best. It says this city should, above all else, be, I quote, a safe, serene, low-density residential community defined by natural, open space, views, and a safe and serene environment. And the proposed towers are in conflict with all the above, including by potentially posing health risks to residents and occupants of nearby buildings, including the Cherry Hills Village Elementary School. So as a resident of a home and the parent of children that attend a school that are within the shadows of this proposed tower, I'd implore you to please not waste further taxpayer dollars and community resources pursuing what I believe is a fatally flawed plan. In the alternative, in the event you decide to proceed, you asked at the top of the meeting for input on process. I, for one, I live in very close proximity to one of the proposed towers. I'm just learning about this. I understand that you and the staff have been working on it for over a year or so, but it's just coming to the attention of citizens like myself. So I think other citizens deserve the opportunity to learn more about this and be fully informed before a decision is made or before this is put on the ballot that could fundamentally alter the character of our community. So I urge you to, in that case, to accept the staff recommendations and delay. Thanks.
Thank you. Margaret Brownlee, and then Carl Palamas. Margaret does not seem to be here. Is Carl here? Yes, thank you. And after Carl is Elias Emmerich.
Thank you all for your service. My name's Carl Polimas. I live at 1965 East Shenango Court. I've lived in Cherry Hills Village for 34 years, and over that time I've been impressed by the continued resolve of our elected officials to protect and defend the pastoral nature of our community, especially our parks, trails, and open spaces. I was surprised and, I must say, disappointed to hear that you now want to put cell phone towers in our parks, apparently with the hope of eliminating so-called dead zones throughout the city. I live in a dead zone myself, so I know the issues. It was a bit annoying 34 years ago when I moved in there, but advances in technology have changed that. Now anyone with an internet connection has access to excellent cell service at home, even in dead zones, without erecting unsightly cell towers in our parks. So I strongly oppose any efforts to compromise our parks, trails, and open spaces. They are a treasure that should be protected, just like they have been protected by those who have gone before us. Thank you.
Thank you. Elias Emmerich, and then after Elias is Pamela O'Neill. So Elias, just remember to state your name and address.
Hi, my name is Elias Emmerich, and I live at 10 Cherryvale Drive, very near one of the proposed cell tower locations. Part of the reason my family moved here was because it was close to our school. I've been living here since I was 5. I started attending St. Mary's Academy from preschool to 5th grade. We're happy that we could start and end our day with nature. We can always hear the birds chirping, but we don't want to add the buzzing of a cell tower. And also, cell towers have bad side effects, such as increased cancer risk, cellular stress, headaches, sleep issues, genetic damage, changes to the reproductive system, memory deficits, and the impact to the nervous system. And it's not only affecting our health, but think of the effects it can have on animals. I mean, think of all the fish, snakes, coyotes, crayfish, bugs, foxes, and pets. Those are all factors why I don't think this is a good choice. I'm only 10, but even I know that this will lower our home values and ruin our lives. So if I know, you should too.
Thank you. And Elias, I'm sorry that I mispronounced your name. So, Pamela O'Neill and then Burke Emmerich.
I'm Pamela O'Neill, 27 Huntwick Lane, Cherry Hills. I've lived here for 34 years, and my husband has lived here for 67 years. We are longtime residents, and we love the village. And I have to tell you all, I have been so proud of what you did with the municipal rule, with the ADUs. You all have taken this and defended us against an assault upon our property rights. So I want you to know that I really appreciate you all, and I just wanted to say a few things. I am opposed to the 100-foot towers. I need you to know that they do not seem to be in sync with the bucolic nature of Cherry Hills. Furthermore, I've spoken to, we have quite a few accomplished cellular and satellite high executives that live within our city limits, and I've spoken with them, and they say that these towers cover 30 square miles and that we will be providing cell service to Parker, to Sheridan, to Swedish, to Greenwood, who doesn't need it. And Greenwood turned these towers down and said they were going to go with the 3 to 4 foot towers that my friends, who are these executives, have advised. Furthermore, I've been receiving dozens a day of emails regarding this from concerned citizens. And someone, I don't remember who, sent me a plat yesterday of where they plan to put the towers because they are a loop. So they need to loop in order to be effective. The one that's at Quincy and University sits squarely on newly acquired land by Cherry Hills Country Club. I spoke with the board. The board is not allowing any cell phone tower to be placed on its land. It's actually right next to the ladies' tee box. The reason they're doing that is because when you're at the ladies' tee box, you look up to about here to where the land is up there. They want to be out of the floodplain. So then one of the members sent me the plat, and I went on and I said, okay, well, I want to see what the FEMA floodplain is. So the only land that Cherry Hills Village owns that surrounds that newly acquired Johnson lot that's owned by Cherry Hills, it's kind of like you got a little triangle. That's where all those cat and nine tails are. That indicates a floodplain zone. So that's why I went on to the FEMA plain. It is squarely in a floodplain. So if this consultant tried to keep it within the village, what they call Greenwood Gulch, they would be destroying a floodplain. And I can tell you, we've had fish on 17 because of the amount of water that comes down. And it would be dragging with it a lot of metals that are used in these things. Further, if you were to say, okay, we're not going to go northwest corner of University and Quincy, and you were to say, okay, where can we move it? I looked at that too. The parking lot of Cherry Hills Elementary is a floodplain, and so is your parking lot. So you would have to place it squarely in the playground of Cherry Hills Elementary.
Sonia, I need you to make your final comments.
Okay.
Thank you.
Again, I really appreciate all of your help, and I know that you feel that because of the survey that this is what you wanted, this is what you felt that was needed. I can tell you, I think that a citizens committee would be an excellent idea. And that's my advice, and love you all.
Thank you. Burke Emmerich, and then Diane Robinson. Did I get that right? Diane.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Burke Emmerich, and I live at 10 Cherryvale Drive, right next to Woody Hollow Park in Cherry Hills Village. I've been told that a 100-foot cell tower is being proposed to be installed in the park right in front of my house. While cell towers may have benefits like better cell service, there are also many downsides. First of all, I'm sure you have all heard of the health consequences that cell towers can cause. And of course, it is a 100-foot cell tower towering above the tallest trees. I live about a 15-minute walk to my school, St. Mary's Academy, right next to one of the proposed locations of one of these cell towers. My family bought this house because we wanted to live in accordance with nature within the city setting. Our city is so remarkable to afford this opportunity. I can't imagine the city destroying this for the technological solution that will be likely outdated before I finish high school. I rode my bike to this meeting, and on the way, I would have passed two of the 3 cell towers that you were thinking of establishing in our town. Establishing any of these cell phone towers in any of the locations would be damaging or even destroying the ecosystems around them over time. Despite my age, I hope that you take my request into heart. Thank you.
Thank you. Diane Robinson? Okay, that is the last person signed up. Is there anyone who did not sign up who would still like to sign up and speak? Please come forward. And I'll have you state your name and address for the record, and then sign this sheet with the clerk before you leave.
Hi, my name is Janet Kreitzer. I live at 34 Sedgwick, and I've lived there for over 30 years. I come from the hospital. My husband was there, but this was much more important, as important to me, I should say, but really maybe more. But for tonight, we've heard all these extraordinary remarks. I have 3 words to say: don't do this. We voted for you because we believed that you would do the right thing. This is not the right thing. And I know you will come and overcome whatever checkmark I said I would like better cell service. It never dawned on me that it would result in this. Thank you for listening to all these incredible people. Thank you.
Thank you. And then if you could is the sign-up sheet there? Just make sure to please sign the sign-up sheet. And then did you also want to, yes, please.
Yeah, if I may, just briefly. My name's Luke Van Valen. I have recently lived at 202 Summit Boulevard, which overlooks Woody Hollow Park, and I am I'm transitioning to a new home at 5 Vista. I came here tonight having not necessarily done a tremendous amount of research as it relates to what exactly the process has been that has led up to this. I've sort of sat back and allowed myself to try to hear how this came about. Because initially, I think I joined the rest of the congregation here, which is our friends and neighbors, and our surprise, for sure. I mean, you have sentimentally this foundational fact that could be altered for the negative. And that foundational fact is, of course, we have this beautiful, lovely place. It's hills and valleys and trees and good people and this remarkable public network of high-powered individuals that you could leverage on the private side to come up with a solution to virtually any problem that you can come up with. And this is what we've got? This is it? We can do so much better than this. Like, this thing is just, it's asinine fatuity is what it is. I would say that would be putting it lightly. To take something beautiful and to add something to it that has questionable health ramifications is horrifically ugly and damages something which we all, I think, hold dear. And that's sentiment. I'll admit it, that's sentiment. I personally love the fact that my kids aren't going to have great cell phone service because it's in. We're not disputing, I think, the negative effects that can have on teenagers. Do I want my kid to pull out his phone and not be able to get on Instagram, or my daughter? That would be phenomenal. So I actually don't care that this is good for cell phones. And cell phones, people had to run to from a trail to call 911. Good. Let's run. Let's actually apply ourselves in really serious ways that people have been doing for thousands of years to help their fellow man. We don't have to rely on this stuff all the time. There was a time not so long ago that we all can probably easily remember where we actually stood for things. And there's a whole group of people here that are standing for something, be it sentiment, be it safety. Listen, let's do better. Let's really do better. We can. If you guys want to, let's do this. Let's rock and roll this thing and let's make something awesome. Let's come up with a deal that maybe hasn't even been presented, but let's leverage the minds that we have in this community to do it. Amen. Glory be to Jesus. Thank you.
Thank you. And please remember to sign the form. Is there anyone else?
I'd just like to say hi, neighbor. I'm at 3 Vista.
Anyone else that would like to speak? Okay. Seeing none, we will move. I even got to find my agenda now. That was agenda item 5. And now we move on to agenda item 6, which is reports from members of city boards and commissions. Don't think there's anyone here. Nope. Okay. The consent agenda.
Mayor?
Yes.
I'd like to remove item 7.
Oh, turn your microphone on, please.
I'd like to remove item 7A, please.
Okay, 7A is removed. Consent agenda.
Move to approve consent agenda with the exception of item 7A.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Item 7A, Councilor Blum.
I was not here for that meeting and would not be able to approve the minutes, so I'll turn that over to you.
Okay, move to approve the minutes with the recognition that Al wasn't here.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Abstain.
Okay, that passes unanimously. We're now ready to move on to item 9, which is the discussion of the proposed cellular solution and the path to move forward. I am conscious that it has been 2 hours. Is there anyone that needs a recess before we dive into this? No. Okay. Proposed cellular solution discussion. City Manager Thorson.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Tonight is my last meeting. It has nothing to do with cell service, but it's my contract will be up in a couple weeks. But first of all, thank you all for attending and thank you for your comments. As city staff, we learn a lot from what the residents have to say, and so we listen. We appreciate your comments, and we'll just go from there. So, as you know, city staff has been working with our expert consultants for well over a year to look at solutions regarding the long-standing poor cell phone coverage issue here in the village. After reviewing many alternatives, one solution was identified and recommended by the city's consultant. It includes placing 3 100-foot cell poles within city parks. This solution was chosen because it was the only solution that met all of our criteria. And I'll just go over those very quickly. And the first one, and this is, I feel, is the most important criteria, which is that any proposed solution to improve cell service requires the carrier support. And without carrier support, we're not going to be able to improve our cell service here in this city. So with that, the second part of this is that the solution must provide an equitable baseline coverage for all of our homes here in the village. It should be economically feasible, 3. And then finally, it can be completed with our city-owned property. And this allows the city to control any of our land leases and ensure that the solution can be implemented. City staff had anticipated with an identified solution, we could potentially bring this issue up to a citywide vote in November of this year and determine if our village residents would be supportive of this proposal. Specifically, a vote of the village residents is necessary to comply with the city's charter to approve leases longer than 5 years in our city parks, and obviously any lease that we would have with a carrier or our neutral host in this particular case would be longer than 5 years. The city began a public outreach campaign a few months ago. I think it's been working by the amount of people showing up here. I think neighbors are getting to know neighbors quite well. That the intent of the public outreach was to inform residents about this solution. And the outreach included having focus group meetings, we had stakeholder meetings, we did presentations to both the Planning and Zoning Commission as well as the Parks and Trails Commission. In addition, the city staff created a detailed website that contains, among other things, a fact sheet, FAQs, and renderings. Staff and council have now received a lot of feedback from many residents, most of whom are strongly opposed to the recommended solution. Therefore, at this time, staff is requesting City Council consider that we step back and slow down this process. Due to the many questions that have been brought forward by our residents, staff would like additional time to thoughtfully and accurately address these questions with the help of our experts. We also feel it would be beneficial to receive more citizen feedback through additional public outreach, and a citywide survey could be conducted. The public survey would present pros and cons of the proposal, and the council could utilize that survey information to determine whether we should move forward with a ballot measure in the future or not. Finally, staff is requesting to postpone the 2 scheduled public town hall meetings to a future date. You will notice in your staff report, I have outlined a schedule wherein staff will continue to collect detailed technical information over the next couple of months, conduct a town hall meeting, and send out a survey in September. It is expected by the end of the year, this item could be brought back forward to council for further consideration. As an alternative, or even in addition to the schedule outlined in the report, the City Council could decide to form a city citizens committee. The committee would review the technical data that we've already received and perhaps develop alternative strategies. It is estimated that a citizen committee option would take an additional 4 to 6 months on this process and require assistance from our experts and additional city funding. With regards to the city budget, the current budget would allow for a citizen survey to be developed at this time and additional technical expertise to be used to gather more information. Should a citizens committee be formed, it is anticipated that an additional $50,000 would be needed to hire consultants to perform potentially more RF studies, a sound study, future renderings, prepare reports, attend meetings, and provide other technical data. So, to sum up, staff is recommending that we slow down this project, not place any item on the November ballot, and delay the proposed town halls as we seek to gather more technical data as well as public input. We are requesting City Council direction on the proposed future proceedings, and as always, staff is here to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that presentation. Council comments, where would we like to start? Does anybody want to dive in?
Well, I can dive in.
Councilor Holland.
I got a bunch of them, so Dan, I apologize. I think also, Jim, one of the other things that was part of the process, you did a good job explaining what the process was going forward. One of the other pieces of communication is that prior to the election, and after this process was completed, a complete information packet was going to be sent to every household in the village. That was something that we had discussed, correct?
It was anticipated that would be part of the city survey, that we would send them a complete packet of information so that they would have that. And as they fill out the survey, they could read the package and then
Okay,
answer the
but yeah,
questions.
because that was, well, certainly from my perspective, that was an important thing, that it was
Sure.
akin to our own blue book going out, which, by the way, typically doesn't go out, until the beginning of October for state and Arapahoe County elections, a while from now. Because one of my concerns is that our community doesn't feel like we've communicated effectively, that we haven't gotten information out. And that's one of the things, by the way, that I wanted to comment on that I think is important. And by the way, it's already been said, we love that everybody was here. We want to see this every time, but most of the time we don't have anyone here. We love getting the feedback. We work hard to try to do that. Each year, this council, and every council that I've been on, and this is the third different constituted council that I've been on, always discusses every year what it can do to communicate with our residents and find out what they're interested in. But this is really important. The reality is that the only way for this council, in the past and going forward, to communicate with its residents is through the crier, it's through its website, it's through whatever articles the Villager's intrepid reporter, Frida Micklin, will put and talk about with us, and through your attendance at this council meeting, either virtually, which is something else that we put in place, or in person. That's it. I mean, you won't know what's going on in your village if you don't do those things, and you have a right not to do any of those things. But then I feel, quite frankly, and I am frank, it's not really fair to sit back and say that we didn't communicate, that we were trying to hide things, that we were trying to slip something by. It's not reasonable. We've had contentious issues in the past. There will be contentious issues in the future. That's the only way these councils will communicate with its residents. There is no other way. I always joke and say, I guess we can go knock on the door and drag you out, but we're not going to do that. I mean, let's face it. It is the things that I talked about. That is the only way you know what's going on in the village. And we will continue every year, we will try to do more and more to say, how do we make it more so that our villagers know what's going on? But we can't stop doing the city's business because no one shows up here. So again, I love it that everybody's here. I know everybody on this dais loves the big crowd that we had tonight, and we hope you'll continue to either be doing that or the virtual, which is a lot easier, or paying attention to the websites or the criers, which are always updated. That's what we want because we need to know what you and everyone thinks. Another thing that I heard, which I think is important, and it's about how the city goes through its business. One of the other things we heard tonight is that maybe the city's wasting money, or, hey, you guys want to do this because you're spending money on this. You're spending money on consultants. The fix is already in. You know, we have, in my opinion, the best and most competent staff in the metro area. I truly believe that. But they're not experts in every single area that a city must address. They need to utilize outside consultants, not only to investigate the particular issue at hand, but also to obtain the information necessary to communicate with you all, to let you know what it is that we're working on. So it might appear that we've already made up our minds because we're spending money, but that isn't it. Without spending that money, there's no way that the city can get the information necessary to inform you before deciding whether we will proceed with an initiative. And that's the case today. We have been doing this for a while. We have been spending money to try to gather information to come up with a solution that will not change. And the other thing that I know that I've heard a little bit of, and I understand it because at the end of the day, everybody's that's got a concern is just looking for whatever issues they can latch onto, and I appreciate that. I've done it. I got a law background, and that's what lawyers do, right? But again, I get concerned when I hear that the staff rushed it. They really don't know what they're doing. They didn't vet things thoroughly. Speaking for myself, but I know everybody on this dais feels the same way. But we have an exceptional staff. They know what they're doing, and is it possible for them to have made mistakes? Sure, but the odds are that when they work through an issue, you can count on it being thorough and accurate. That has been my experience in all of my time here at City Council. And by the way, almost everybody here tonight thanked us for our service, and you didn't need to do that, but I appreciate that, and the comments were really, really good. There were some comments via email, not here tonight, but via email, that talked about questions of incompetence or misfeasance, and I really don't think that that's appropriate, particularly without any evidence to back it up. Now, with regard to the matter at hand, again, and as it's been explained, we had a priority in the master plan that was updated 3 years ago, and I was on planning and zoning when we did that. One of the priorities was improving cell phone service. One of the existing priorities is to enhance and protect our parks. We didn't know what staff was going to come up with. And with the criteria that we established, and when the solution was presented, we said, oh my God, this runs smack up against another priority. We knew then on this council, we said, there's no way that this council could make that decision. Maybe said another way, if it didn't run smack into that, I don't know that we'd be going, we'd be advising you, but we wouldn't be going out for a vote for sure. We'd be taking that action. That's what you elected us to do, was not pass the buck to our citizens. But when a priority comes up against another priority, we can sit back and dismiss it out of hand, or we can sit back and say, that's up to the voters to make that decision. And I remember at the time when it came up, and everybody had a different view, my view was that it didn't have more than a 50-50 chance. But it really, which by the way, I think most of you don't think that. You think it's going to pass. I didn't think it was much of a chance then, and I don't think now. But it doesn't matter what I thought the odds were. The issue was we had a viable solution that my view was we have an obligation to present to the voters. But they're the ones that need to decide. And so that's kind of how we got to where we were. So again, as I've said, I think the 100-foot tower is a viable solution. It satisfied all our criteria, but again, it flew in the face of that whole park situation. We needed to get all the information out. We were in the process of trying to do that so that everybody understood what the advantages of doing it were, but what the downsides were, what you were giving up, what the cost might be, if you fair to say. But one of the things, and Linda alluded to this tonight, I've had an opportunity to talk to a number of you, and I was talking to Linda after my wife Laura and I got back from an extended vacation. And one of the things I said was, okay, we have our list of criteria. People may have disagreements with that. We've heard that tonight. I said, well, one of the things that could have been done, we could have, and I think it's a legitimate question, is saying, should another criterion had been added to the 4 that we had, which I agree with. I agree with those 4 criteria. But it said it can't run up against or be in opposition to any other major priority. Had that been a criterion, there would be no solution. And this is over. And I actually think that, but it's over because I have confidence in what our staff has done. I don't believe in the arm of, we got all these other solutions. That basically says you don't have any confidence in your staff. I do, based on the 4 criterion, and if we add that one, which I think is a legitimate question for this council to consider, then this is done. If not, if we don't want to, as a council, add that as a criterion, and it's a legitimate issue, then I think that we have an obligation to continue to move forward. And basically, as the city manager has laid out in his staff memo, I basically think that is a good process to move forward. And that's kind of where I'd be, subject to hearing what my fellow councilors say. As for a citizens committee, I'm not quite certain what it would do. And why do I say that? Again, and I feel pretty strongly about this. If we had a citizens committee, it's not up to the committee to determine its own criterion and goals. That's what we do. We were the ones that instructed staff, this is what we want you to come up with and find out if this is possible or not. Well, if we give those same criteria to the citizens committee, really, we're going to come up with something different? I don't think so. Well, okay, we might, and that's probably the reason why I'd be willing to go along with it, because again, it's that trust factor. There's no confidence in our staff that they've done what they need to do to fulfill that criterion. And my biggest concern with a citizens committee would be, and I've served on a number of citizens committees, and a lot of them are, we as citizens sit around, we have a lot of good ideas, but it's, Paul, go do this, Doug, go do that. I mean, you guys go make the calls, you guys go do these things, you guys go talk with the carriers, go do these things, come back and report to us. Of which, by the way, in every meeting, half the people don't show up. And I'm concerned about setting up a situation where we're creating a lot of legwork and a lot of extra work for our staff that's not going to result in anything. To the extent this citizens committee, the group of citizens themselves, are willing to do all of that work, make those calls, talk to the carriers, talk to the people involved, find out what they're willing to commit to, so that a proposal that comes back that says, hey, if you guys do this, it will go. Not, okay, now we've really got some work to do because now we got to get people to buy into it. Okay, that might be a worthwhile thing. I'd be willing to consider that at the end of the day. But in the absence of that, I don't know what it would, we're not doing that now though, Linda. So at least, Mayor, I don't think so. Yeah.
Sorry, no back and forth.
Yep, exactly. So that's kind of what I think. Again, I think that it's a legitimate thing for this council to decide if we want to add an additional criterion, which I think has an impact and sends us down a certain road. And if we don't, then it sends us down another road, of which I think the city manager has laid out a prudent and reasonable path to move forward on. And then the question is whether or not we would want to do a citizens committee. So that's what I think.
Mayor Pro Tem Wheel.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm on yet. I have a bit of a history with this. Back 7 years ago, cell coverage was a topic. And Al Blum and I sallied forth, and we found ourselves talking with Zayo and a few other neutral hosts, and they were trying to, on the one hand, exploit the fiber backbones that existed, and at the same time, interest carriers. And we couldn't get any traction. The topic came up again, and although I was skeptical, my mind was open. That's, I think, what as counselors we're supposed to do. Keep our minds open and look for different alternatives. I recognized that cell coverage improvement was a part of the master plan. Although people that I've talked to who served on the master plan committee, bucolic, semi-rural was kind of the headline, and then cell phone coverage was something down the list. That said, okay, it was there. I probably personally discounted it a bit because it had no cost associated with it at the time that the master plan was being developed and the issues contemplated. No cost financially, nor a cost aesthetically or whatever costs we might incur. That makes it a little more like, a wish list item than a good fact-based opportunity to make a decision, pro, con. So I probably discounted it a bit as well. So maybe I was the skeptic on the council, I don't know. But my mind was open, and I wanted to support and did support the studies that were being done or that were being proposed, and we went out and we got consultants, and I think all in all, with the benefit of hindsight, it was a really good endeavor. We learned a lot about what the available solution set looked like. There have been many, many solutions proposed in the emails. And by the way, I should pause for a moment and not only thank you for being here tonight, but also the quality of the discourse in the emails that I received. It was thoughtful and it was respectful, and it made me proud to be a resident of Cherry Hills Village. But back to the topic. I think we learned a lot about the solution sets. I think Jim's got a pretty good proposal. I would make 2 modifications to that. One, I think one thing the city can do is an education campaign. And why do I say that? Because there are solutions out there, boosters for residents, and sometimes cell companies. I had my own experiences. I own a building, and we were like in a cement box, and my cell coverage was bad. And at the time, the cell company said, "Well, here, we'll give you a booster. We don't want to lose your business." And so, so boosters, Wi-Fi. I've got a wireless mesh network. I connect my phones to that, and I don't have any cell problems in my house. So there may be some solutions out there that exist, and I can't sit here and say that I think everybody knows all those solutions and is taking advantage of them. So perhaps there's an opportunity through education to make sure that we're maximizing what exists out there today. I think the second piece of this would be the staff looking at the technical issues, but I would put a checkpoint in there. We pay consultants good money to evaluate, to counsel us, and certainly we can explore resident input as well as what the consultants say. But I hesitate to say, well, let's just go ahead and have a citizens committee, because I don't know that it'll be the best use of residents' time if there is no good solution that meets the criteria out there. So I would suggest that we study it, we collect some input on the technology, and we see if there really is something out there, or if this is going to be kind of a magical solution. We'll get the benefits of the solution, but at the same time, nobody will be inconvenienced. There won't be any cost, so on and so forth. So that would be my suggestions with respect to going forward. I like the plan that you have, but I'd put education in there, and I'd put a checkpoint in there to see whether it's worthwhile. Good use of citizen time, good use of staff time to proceed. Thanks. That's all I have.
Thank you. A couple of things. I mean, my history goes back 12 years ago on Planning Commission, where this came up at every meeting, that there is no good cell coverage here. Is anybody going to do anything about it? And as Randy said, we looked at it, 7 years ago, whenever it was. And I want to appreciate, I want to thank staff for all the time and effort, and certain council members who have spent a lot of time studying this and trying to come up with solutions. If you look back at the guiding principles in the master plan, city will consider feasible strategies to improve telecommunication services around the city, and I think we've done that. Now, obviously, from hearing people tonight, and there's a number of issues related to the current proposal, and I think I've got a little disagreement with Earl and Randy as far as the Citizens Committee. I go back to what Laura brought up. I think it's important that we do have a Citizens Committee, but the constitution of that committee is very important, how we put that committee together. I think it's got to have a broad cross-section of the entire community. And I think it's got to have the participation also of staff and any consultant we have, so the people, the citizens involved can learn what how the networks work and how the technology works. Because we heard some technology tonight that I had not heard of before. And I do also want to appreciate the input we've gotten. I probably got 35 or 40 emails. I responded when I could. I think a lot of that was positive, and I think the input tonight was very positive from the people we heard from. So I would go ahead and push for the Citizens Committee, and I think we need to study how we structure that, who goes on that committee, and what we learn about the potential solutions to this. This is, as Randy says, this is a problem that goes back, from my concern, 12 years ago, where we've had a problem, finally came up with a solution that we tasked our staff to come up with. Obviously, it's got issues that we heard tonight that cannot go forward as it exists today. And I think we need to explore all those I agree with you guys, we ought to explore all the alternatives. But I think a committee may be the best way, depending how that's structured, to study this and get all the input back and feed us back to the council or planning commission, whoever it's going to be, that make a final decision on that. So that's my comments. Thank you.
Oh, no, go ahead. Councilor Eber.
Thank you, Mayor. Hang with me if we can. I have a little different spin on, Mayor, your comment earlier about how we got here and the importance of a vote. And many of you, let me start off by saying, every one of you is my neighbor. I appreciate every one of you coming tonight. The comments that Earl made about how we value your importance and your value cannot be overstated. I don't know many of you. I tried when I was seeking election to this chair to meet as many of you as I could. But many of you have now, not only have I met you, but you are my friends in the village. I knew from day one, when I think all of us, frankly, knew from day one that this was a tough issue for the village. I came to this seat having had 10 years on PTRC. If anybody, I've lived in the village 58 of my 63 years. If anybody can appreciate the value of our open spaces and parks, I feel pretty qualified to be able to say that I understand the importance of them to this community. But to many people who have said, we're violating this provision of the master plan, my only comment to you would be a little bit of what Earl already said, and that is, we didn't violate the master plan. We had two separate parts of a master plan telling us to do two different things. And when we understood that conflict, we said, what can we do in this process to try and move a solution forward technologically? And that's what came out of this. And did we endorse this plan? I think many of the comments that we received said the city is proposing, and my only clarification that kind of caught me on all of that was, we're not proposing that it be done. We are proposing whether it should be on a ballot. And to the comment earlier, we didn't know whether or not that would be, we would get it to the ballot, and frankly, everybody, as Commissioner Holland said, or Councilor Holland said, it would go down in flames, that this would be a lot of, frankly, what we heard tonight in the ballot box. Never in my wildest dreams did I think that cell coverage would set off what has happened with this issue, which just goes to show you it's a really good thing that I'm not a fortune teller and that I am committed to try and find the right process through this. But I want you to understand that when we dedicated ourselves to finding this answer, we knew directly. And for those of you who don't know me, I'm Councilor 6. My area is, east or a little bit west of Colorado Boulevard in Covington, but mostly east of Colorado Boulevard. And I have walked, and I live in my district has crummy cell phone coverage, as many of you also have in your districts. But if you meet me when I'm out on my twice, 3 times a day walks with my very loud dogs, you would know that I was always asking people, what do you think of this idea? And this started months ago, that I would go through everywhere in the village that I could and engage people and people would say, well, who are you and why are you asking me these questions? But nonetheless, I asked these people with a desire to find out what people said. I am blessed, and this village is blessed, that we have very prominent, very competent people in all of their fields. But I was specifically interested in talking to a lot of the realtors because I wanted to know exactly what was going to happen on the valuation issue. I got a smattering of different answers. I asked people about, and nobody did I speak to gave me to the extent of the property valuation issue, which we have heard in many of our comments. And I'm not saying that my people disregarded or whatever it is, but I didn't hear the magnitude that the comments have come in more recently. I did hear, and a lot of people say, I can't get coverage in my area and I need this fixed. In fact, the comments tonight, I was surprised, frankly, at how many of you said, we got a big problem. Ironically, I spoke with Mike Plocky just a couple of days ago, and it was literally as he was leaving his house, and we had 3 different calls because 2 of them were dropped, and half the time our call was, I must have lost you there for a minute. So I think we understand that there is an issue. But I think that goes back, a number of us were on the master plan process and revising the new master plan. Again, to the people who show up, the decisions are made by those who show up. I'm very thankful you all were here. We wanted this to be a broad representation and an answer, but had we needed to, I think all of us on council were perfectly willing to take this and make that decision if we had to. It's not that we couldn't, it's that we wanted to make sure we were right on this one. This is a fundamental issue to the village that I told you as I'm walking, I'm hearing a lot of different perspectives on. I want you all to know that I read every one of the comments that, frankly, all of us received. By design and not by a desire to slight any of you or any of the other commenters. I did not respond to them because I knew that we were having this meeting and other opportunities to make a record of this. And I didn't want a situation where I had told one person one thing, been asked a little different question, and I wanted to be consistent to all of you in hearing exactly what I have to say. So if you are slighted by the fact that I didn't respond, please understand that is why I did not respond to you. It does not in any way mean that I haven't heard the magnitude of all of the comments that have come our way. And I would tell you that I think you've heard a lot of us up here say, we thought we asked a lot of good questions of our consultant. I don't think that Cherry Hills Village is going to be able to solve the health issue question if there is or is not an impact. I think the commenter we heard tonight, I think it was you, Dr. Balanoff, who said there's a suggestion, but there is not a proven, it's not a 1A on the cancer scale reading of every expert out there. Now, that said, it can easily become a policy question of what you do with uncertainty about a health risk. That's fair game for all of us to talk about and one of the issues that we can look at going forward. But I don't think Cherry Hills Village is going to do what no other community in, frankly, maybe the world has done, and that is solve whether or not RF frequency is harmful. So with that said, maybe we can look at, we asked environmental questions, we asked health and safety questions. We thought we were asking good questions, but what I have heard from all of the comments and this process is that there seems to be a disagreement that maybe we overlooked some what could be very simple questions, or we didn't think broadly enough in our questioning to our expert consultant. I would like to think we did our jobs, and frankly, we did it pretty well, but you all have shown me that there is a need to answer all of those questions. Those of you who know my background know that I come from an area of professional work where everything was vetted, everything is put down. It's about as transparent of a record as you can have. If you all have a question, my belief is that you all are owed an answer, or an answer that there is no answer. And until I've exhausted that process better than we have apparently done, I don't think we're ready for prime time. And so, again, I don't know that you all are going to agree, or I'm going to agree with what you all have to say, but I do believe that I heard some questions tonight about our 4 criteria as the underpinning, and those were, we thought, very valuable criteria. Perhaps we missed, from what I'm hearing, about the expense issue, and perhaps we missed on the technology. I mean, we've had a number of public comment people come in and say, there's this series of technology, I think it was in Manhattan. And, you know, but that process resulted in the government not having any control over that system. And maybe we didn't understand it well enough, but it sort of was like, hey, Rob, can we put a tower in your house? And by the way, when the tower goes down, can we have access 24/7, 365 to your house to come in and make sure that your neighbors can fix it? I think we looked pretty hard at all of the different technologies, and if we missed it, and you all have legitimate other alternatives, maybe as part of this process, you can understand why we eliminated those and how a proposed technology overcomes that hurdle that led to us discounting that one. Because that would be helpful to me, to know whether there really are other alternatives. I will tell you that when we had our criterion of it needed to be on public property, maybe one of the things that I look back on is that maybe we erred a little bit in not immediately pushing this down to PTRC as the initial one that was affected in review by something that was an issue of fundamental importance to our parks. I don't think we did that. And perhaps we could have, but I don't know, had we done that, we would have gotten the answer, because, as we've all talked about tonight, this is of such an important issue. I think the bigger issue is there a technology somewhere out there at some place in the village? And we wanted to answer that question, not just, because the next thing would have been, oh, it's fundamentally flawed by going in our parks, and then somebody would say, well, what about if it's not in our parks? And we'd have to start the process all over again. So I can defend not bumping it down to PTRC, but I do think that the outcome of PTRC is an important indicator that something was awry with respect to the idea of our parks. And we've heard lots of comments from a number of you about the importance of our parks and our fundamental importance to our village psyche of our parks. And I think that's important.
I was relying on the fact that we had the former chair of PTRC.
Regardless, here we are today. Whether you agree or disagree with the process of how we got here, here we are today. And, you know, I would like to specifically thank my predecessors on council and even on P&Z, who looked at this to say this is an important issue to the village. I'll go a little bit, and please understand, you've expressed your vulnerabilities tonight, and I want you to know how appreciative I am of that. Please understand where I am going with the next comment. And it is not what I believe or don't agree with, but I want you all to think about this issue. When this first came to all of us on council, frankly, even when it came to us when we were rewriting the master plan, there was a question of whether or not cell phone coverage is in the purview similar to what we would call a standard utility. The market had told us the answer, unfortunately, is that Cherry Hills, under market forces, was not so strong in its market importance to these carriers to put in great service to all of us. The private market had spoken, and we were not happy with that result. And over a number of years, council had been approached, P&Z had been approached about intervening with the market and finding some solution that might work for Cherry Hills Village. And we took that responsibility importantly. But when we started looking at this, we said, is cell phone coverage really that bad? And I'm not going to argue with those of you who say it's horrible. But I will also tell you that a number of the people that I've spoken to said it's horrible in where I am, and 90 seconds in my car, I'm great for out of my house. In my house, we heard a number of you say tonight that they have Wi-Fi, that you all have Wi-Fi, and so within their home, it's good. And so it really boiled down to of maybe a need on the trails from a health and safety and an emergency standpoint. Maybe it is that I want to make sure that I'm always in contact so that I'm never off this tether of this thing called a cell phone. And we heard one commenter tonight say how great it would be if we could all break that tether. But nonetheless, I think a number of us tried to look at this and say, is this a really, really bad problem, or is this a really strong want? And if it's a really bad want, does it rise to the level where a government entity intervenes on this to try and come up with a solution that the market has said, we're not going there? So when everybody is thinking forward, I want you all to think about that, of whether this is really a necessity, a utility, or whether or not it's a really strong want that I deserve to be able to contact everybody all the time. With that said, I will tell you, I want to put this on a big hold. If we had to make a decision tonight, I would tell you that I have heard, from my perspective, that this alternative is so bad that it makes me think that it doesn't deserve going forward. But I want to tell you that I think it goes forward with all of the other things that I'm hearing you all talk about to at least get answers of what we were thinking better. And if there's better alternatives, great. But I am fully supportive of the pause in a big way. And as to a citizens organization or a citizen committee to do this, I am hopeful that whether it's through government having open houses, questionnaires, any open forum to get you repeatedly responsive back to us, that we do that. I don't like losing control of this because I'm a control guy, and you guys elected us and these great staff to work on issues for you, and I would like to be able to always have my finger in that pie. Saying what I'm hearing is, and sort of shepherding and facilitating that back so that we get to the point. And I'm afraid that if we delegate this out to a citizens committee, you didn't like our report, we're not going to like your report, we're going to find it full of holes and what ifs, and it's not going to be a fruitful process. I would rather all of us work together, and if there's questions you don't know, you deserve answers. If there's things we want to know or say this isn't going to work because of the following reason, it's more responsive quicker than I think a citizens advisory group sends you off to 6 months from now coming back and saying we haven't advanced the ball. Thank you for a chance to listen to my lengthy answer of how I got here.
Thank you. Councillor McGuire.
Yeah, not as lengthy a comment, I don't think, but.
And let me real quickly say, I apologize, Dan. You know I'm famous for this, but.
I want to reiterate thanking everybody for showing up and communicating either here or via email. thoughts, concerns, and opinions, because we need that and we want that. We were not saying we think these poles need to go in. We were saying, tell us what your thoughts are about this proposal. That was our objective. So I think that's all good. I think before we decide whether there should be a citizens committee, I think we as a council need to re-examine what the criteria are. And I'm sorry to city staff to say that, because that then can open up, a whole new round of investigations. But part of what I'm hearing tonight is that our criteria perhaps weren't as good as they could have been, or perhaps given this feedback, we need to look at different criteria. I think there's an issue about whether we should be spending taxpayer money on it and whether people will approve that or not. And perhaps there are other criteria that we should add, or criteria that we should take out. So that is my suggestion to city staff, is that we re-examine the criteria before we look at whether should we go to a citizens committee or re-engage with consultants or do what. But I do agree with the staff, and incidentally, thank you for all the work you've put into this, because it isn't over yet. But I do agree with staff that we ought to slow it down and look at it and not have it on the ballot in November. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Councilor Sheldon.
No comment. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding. I didn't sit here all night to have no comment. Thank you, Mayor. Wow, a lot to unpack. A lot going on here with this topic. And I guess I'd start by thanking all of you for your participation in this process, and thanking my fellow council members and our staff. We don't end up getting things done without the input of a lot of people, and they always start with an idea. And this idea, I think the intentions are good. I think maybe the execution, by virtue of what's being proposed right now at this moment, may not be the greatest plan being proposed. I'd like to thank Jim, as he's outgoing, and this is his last meeting, and he got to have his last meeting be this big hurrah. He thought he was going to get out of here without any fireworks, but thank you for your service, Jim.
Thank you. I'm glad everybody came out for this.
I'm just going to take a quick minute and provide a little bit of snapshot about how this went on in my brain, kind of from the beginning, because I might have played a role in getting this ball rolling for this topic over the last year. Last summer, I was on a vacation with my family off the island of Santorini, and I was blown away that everyone had cell coverage miles and miles offshore on this volcanic island. And I'm on the plane on the way back with my family to the States, and I started typing up my article for the Crier, and our little local paper, for those who don't know what that is. But I thought, how is it possible that we're on this volcanic island miles offshore and everybody is just jabbering away on their phones, on whatever service, whatever carrier they had, everybody seemed to have coverage. And yet we are sitting here in 80113 and 80111, a couple of the wealthiest zip codes in the world, and we have very poor cellular coverage. And so it got me kind of thinking, and it got this process kind of rolling, and I'm not alone. This all happens as a team of people. I didn't do this, but I think I maybe started this snowball rolling down the hill. And I was having coffee this morning with a resident who backs up to Woody Hollow. And I was telling him about the Santorini volcanic island experience. And I went on to tell him that there's a part of me that wishes that I didn't write that article and that I didn't start that snowball rolling down the hill, because maybe we wouldn't be sitting here having this difficult discussion right now. I think a part of this is healthy and it's how we make progress, but a part of it is not.
the discord that has happened amongst us. I'm friends with many of you in the room and many that have already left tonight. And I don't like this, and I don't think our council likes this, when we get to the point where we've got such conflict amongst residents over such a passionate thing as health and finances. It's been a rough several weeks and couple months on this topic, and I feel partially responsible for it, and I'm sorry for that. I certainly didn't mean to start this snowball rolling in this direction, but we are where we are. The direction, the course has been set, but the good news is the trajectory or course can be adjusted. This issue predates all of the folks on council, as you've heard us all say. It goes back to the 90s when cellular phones were just becoming a thing. We've always been in a cell service desert, if there is such a thing. Maybe this remains a problem forever. Maybe we don't fix it. Maybe the solution does happen up in the satellites. I don't really know. Maybe we do nothing, and that may be the answer at the end of the day. And if that is the answer, and that's what the will of the people is, whether it's figured out by a citizens committee or a task force or surveys amongst our community, or the next councils that come on, or whatever it may be, I don't really have a problem with that being the answer at all. I'm just trying to be, I think I can speak for council, we're trying to be reactive to what so many people have told us over the years has been a problem in the village. Our goal was simple, which was to go solve for that problem. And in doing so, we established those criteria that you've heard us all talk about. I don't know if they were the right criteria or not. We could certainly make some adjustments to those criteria. We could change the criteria and say that we're going to lower the signal strength and make it so that signal strength at a marginal level is the baseline. I don't know, is that reasonable or not? I don't know. Something that maybe could be explored if we did put together a task force. We could change the criteria and allow for hundreds of small cells and miles of fiber to go in. Tens of millions of dollars of cost that we citizens would bear by way of property tax increases. Maybe that's an answer. We thought we heard from our citizens initially in our master planning process that nobody was in favor of tax increases. But you were not given the alternative of 100-foot poles in your public parks. Ask that question again, we don't know what the answer would be. So we should study that. Should we allow for antennas to be placed on property other than our parks? Could they be placed in our rights of way, in our streets, basically, on the edges of our streets? Maybe. Don't know. Don't think so, based on the information that I got from our consultants. Our consultants could be wrong. Our staff could be wrong, as these guys have alluded to, but it's not likely that they're all wrong. They've told us that that can't be the case. For these large antennas, you cannot place them in our rights of way. There's just not enough room for them. Could they go into churches or the private clubs? Possibly schools? The idea of towers in schools, I know that's been an absolute conflict, but I'm brainstorming here. There are other alternatives out there that we immediately assumed were not going to be viable for our list of criteria. And so we struck them, and we built our criteria accordingly. Can that criteria be cracked back open and reevaluated? You've heard some folks say that we should not be establishing new criteria, or at least allowing our citizens task force to direct that criteria, that's something that the council should decide. I don't know if that's the case. That in and of itself is probably one of the main roots of a decision that we need to decide on before things go forward. It's important that you all know that we are trying to do what's best for the city. And when I say doing best for the city, I'm talking about the people who live on Woody Hollow and Three Pond and nearby City Park, as well as the people who are in those cellular signal deserts and everywhere in between. We're trying to do the right thing for everybody. And unfortunately, we've got these
two conflicting master plan directives. And where they rank in the hierarchy, I would agree that our preservation of parks and open space probably lives in a higher spot in the hierarchy than our improvement of cell coverage. At least it's been a longer standing directive than improvement of cell coverage. In conclusion, if we're done with our deliberation on this, and I know the mayor may have some remarks, I too would support the recommendations of our city manager, including the formation of a citizens committee, not putting this issue on the November ballot, rescheduling our July 17th and August 7th town hall meetings to a later date, and completing the items contained in the schedule set forth in the staff report. Thank you.
Thank you. I think everyone on council has covered it pretty well. The few points that I don't think people have mentioned, I also, in addition to thanking everyone for coming, I'm really impressed. You give me hope that our government really can function. This was exactly the kind of dialogue that we need to have. It has not, what we experienced here tonight is not the same tone that we are hearing privately. And so I would encourage you, as you communicate amongst each other, to remind those that everyone here really is part of the same community. We're all on the same team. The important distinction for me, and I think it's been made, is that the city doesn't want to do this. That has been said many times. The city wants to do this. The city wants to do this. Nobody came into a council meeting and said, here's a great idea. Let's put up 100-foot cell towers in our parks. What the city council wanted to do was address the concerns that were raised by a lot of citizens. Not a majority, certainly not a majority. It was also not a majority of the citizens here in the room tonight either. And the reality is, if we add up the comments that we've heard from people on any side of the issue, it's still not a majority. It's not even 10%. So ultimately, we heard there was a problem. We worked to develop a solution. And if you go back and watch the videos of the meeting, you will see that the meeting at which this idea was presented was not met with joyous applause. Hooray, we've solved it. It was an enormous weight of, oh my goodness. But it is difficult, having spent this much time and worked with experts, when people say there are lots of other solutions. I'm not an expert in cellular technology. I consider myself a fairly smart person. I am an engineer. I do have 2 degrees from MIT, and my master's degree was in signal processing. So I understand at some level the technology, but I am not an expert. Many solutions were provided, and truth be told, every person in the village has their own idea of a tweak. What about this? What if we did that? What if we put one here? What if we put one there? It is not feasible in any way to run every conceivable scenario. So we had to put some parameters around it. The issue of we did hear from citizens and have heard repeatedly from citizens, we want you to solve everything. I think it was Mr. Bierman who said, we want you to solve it and we want it all to be free. Obviously, that's what everybody would like. When push comes to shove, would people be willing to pay more? Sounds like maybe at least some people would, but here's the thing. Money doesn't appear to be the problem. The problem, the key in all of this, the one criteria that cannot be taken away, is that the cell phone providers have to agree to participate. We could build a fiber network around the city to the tune of $20 million. We could put up the required 500 small cell towers around the village at our own cost, at millions more projected dollars. And if cell phone providers don't locate their antennas on those poles, then we have done nothing. Then it is artwork, and not very attractive artwork at that. So that is it's either they participate or we get nothing. Already, the way things stand, the Telecommunications Act of 1996 allows cell phone providers to come into a city and put small cell towers wherever in the right-of-way they want, and we cannot say no. Keep in mind, we don't have sidewalks. The right-of-way is in your front yard. If they wanted to, they could come put a 35-foot tower smack dab in your front yard, and there is nothing we could do. I don't think that's better. I don't know, but I don't think a network of 35-foot poles in everyone's front yard throughout the village is necessarily better. But it doesn't matter because they're not going to do it. They already can. They've been able to since 1996, and they haven't done it. So any solution that involves smaller, less visible, they're not going to participate. So what are we left with? Maybe satellite's an option. I don't think it works the way people think it works. It's an enormous cost, and it's a specific service but those are things that individual homeowners can do. Homeowners can get boosters. Homeowners can get Wi-Fi calling. You can change your service provider if you think somebody's better. Those are all things that individuals can and should do. And to Mayor Pro Tem Wheel's point, maybe there needs to be an education campaign around that. That is not something the city can do. I can't tell you what service provider to use. I can't make you use Starlink. I can't do any of that. So all we are left with is this. And I will be the first one to admit it is not great. It's not great. And the burden falls unequally on other people. But it isn't a matter of whether taxpayers are willing to increase their taxes. Like I said, we could triple your property taxes and build an entire fiber network, and they still wouldn't come. All of that being said, sitting in this chair now, having been on council for 12 years, I know in my heart how strongly the citizens of Cherry Hills Village value our parks and open spaces, and I share that personally. What I don't know is where in the spectrum of priorities that are listed in the master plan, when these two things compete against each other, where do they sit? I think I know where they sit for everybody in this room, but I still don't know what the other 5,200 50 people think. And I want to know. I understand that a survey has inherent biases. I felt that a ballot question was the best way to learn because we have very high voter turnout in Cherry Hills Village. And if we could inform people, which there was every intention of doing, with pros and cons, we are not selling this to the people. But I legitimately want to know how people feel. If in November, I understand we don't have time to do all of that by November, fine, let's put things on hold. But I need to hear from people, whether it's a survey, whether it's a ballot issue, whatever that is, we need to hear from people and we need to understand that. So as far as a citizens committee goes, I personally don't know that doesn't, so we have a citizens committee of 20 people. Now I know what those 20 people think, and I still don't know what the other 5,000 people think. We can have a citizens committee as an intermediate step, but ultimately for me, I still need to hear from the people of Cherry Hills Village. And it does break my heart a little bit to hear people say that they don't even think we should ask. That we shouldn't even ask your fellow neighbors and residents what they think. That's a challenge for me. So for people who may not know, in the city of Cherry Hills Village, the mayor actually doesn't vote, except in the case of a tie. So after all of that opinion, my opinion really doesn't matter that much. I am going to try to, I'm not sure that I've heard a lot of consensus. So I'm going to try to probe here and see if there is any consensus. The one point, the one consensus point that I know I've heard is that we don't want to proceed with a ballot issue in November. There is a consensus on that.
Correct.
I believe that I have also heard that we are not going to move forward with the town halls that were scheduled for tomorrow and August. And so that everyone knows, that is largely in response to requests from people who are opposed, that they were not going to be able to attend, and an insinuation that by holding these meetings in July, we were somehow trying to sneak things under the wire. That is not the case. So sounds like we are willing to delay those town hall meetings, but we do still feel that these informative town hall meetings should occur. Yes?
Well, yes, if we're proceeding. I've already made clear, I said, and Susan brought it up, it's like the criteria need to be reevaluated or discussed, want to remain the same. And I've made it clear that if they remain the same, and I think they're good, and you add that it can't conflict with another priority, I think the process is over. From my thing, there are no town halls, there's no nothing, it's over.
Similarly.
But that's only if we add that criteria.
That's fair.
But I think we're talking about
Similarly.
different criteria.
Huh?
I'm not agreeing to the criteria that you're suggesting.
No, I get it.
I'm
And
saying
that-
we have to have a discussion.
No, I was just saying
Yeah.
that your point was,
Yeah.
we got to talk about the criteria.
Yeah.
We need to come to a consensus on the criteria, and that's one milestone. And I think I have faith in the work that's been done and in the consultant, but my mind is open, and we can look at, alternative technologies and things like that. But I think that if we get to a point where it starts becoming sort of magic cell phone, we really shouldn't waste the residents' time, and we shouldn't waste staff time, and we shouldn't waste our time chasing a chimera. So I offer that as there's five other voices, but I would say that I think that checkpoint around what are the possible technological solutions and would they? Are we wasting our time?
Okay. Councilor Ebert?
Mayor, let me see if I can I'm thinking about trying to make a motion that goes something like this. I'm not making it, but I'm trying to capture the scope of what it is. Something like a motion to delay placing this matter on the cell phone coverage issue on the ballot, and that the proposed town hall meetings be postponed, move further, that the city have one or more public meetings specifically to reexamine and obtain further public comment regarding the foundational criteria, and then determine, the council will determine the next desired methodology to advance discussion of cell phone coverage issue. Kicking it down the road, I recognize that, but I don't know whether or not that one public comment is going to generate 10 things that we need to look at and it takes a month, or it generates one thing that we say is foundationally not there. I'm trying to cover the idea of what Councilor McGuire says. I don't know what they are, but maybe with all of your help and anybody else of our 6,000 people, we can come up with better foundational criteria. And then knowing that, we will design a process that moves us forward.
Help me out a little bit. We haven't moved to put this on the ballot, so do we?
There's no motion necessary
Yeah.
but that's why I'm trying, what we would be doing here is providing direction to staff. So, I think the only real consensus of direction that I've gotten is that we're not going to continue on the schedule that would result in a November ballot question. And just as an aside, for people who may also not realize this, the reason you haven't seen ballot language, quote unquote, is because once the council decides officially to put something on the ballot, we can no longer talk to anyone about it due to campaign finance laws. So any decision to put anything on the ballot ever will only come at the last possible minute. We would never decide a year in advance that we're going to put something on the ballot and then not be able to communicate with people. That would not be effective.
So if we're just giving advice to staff, do we need a motion?
No, we don't need a motion, but we do need to know what advice we're giving to staff. And so
I think maybe it boils down to something just as simple as we know that we're instructing staff today to slow things to the point where we're going to miss the November election by design, hard stop, and keep this discussion going. And it's going to obviously trickle everything downstream on the calendar. But if we're not coming to a consensus now, and we've been at it now for 3 hours, are we going to come to it right here and right now? Should we maybe be examining some other options for criteria that could be discussed or transmitted to council in the next staff report for our next city council meeting?
I think that's right. I thought that's what Susan, Councilor McGuire was talking about, which I agree with, which is before you move forward, you just have to decide. And actually, you could sit back on that. I've made my point clear. Whatever the criteria are, I think this council should set it. There are other people that think, no, there should be a citizens committee to set it. I disagree with that. This council should be the one to set it. That's my view. And we should then have a discussion about what those are. And then that will determine, well, it'll certainly determine opinions about where we think we're going from there.
Okay, so we will do we have a suggestion of at what point? It sounds like we're going back to the beginning.
No, because we got an awful lot of information.
Mayor, if I can, I'm hesitant to go back to the beginning as a group because we have heard comment after comment that we missed something. And my next step, I am hopeful that the cordiality and professionalism that was rendered tonight could happen in a future meeting as well. And if we miss something, I'm hoping that our community can provide us with what we missed. And so I kind of want to open it up to see if there's something, and if not, you know, Jim will be long gone and he'll be laughing from his retirement chair, a re-retirement chair.
Can I ask a question about that? And I agree. I wouldn't want to miss anything either. But the thing that I'm concerned about with more town halls or a group meeting, it's arm waving. That's all you're going to get. I'd be wide open to say, to the extent that anybody out there who's talked about other solutions is prepared to write to us in a detailed fashion and say, this is what we envision, this is what you need to look at, this is how it would work, this is who would be willing to commit to that. That would be
Sorry.
That would be fantastic, and then staff would have something that they could look at and go, oh my God, we did miss it, or they'd be sitting back going, no, we got that. But to just have more arm waving doesn't do any good. We'll have those town halls and we won't be any further along than we were before. You won't have what you're looking for. But if we had, and by the way, we've gotten some fairly detailed emails. I'm not quite certain that it wouldn't, if people were willing to spend a little more time and flesh those out a little bit more, you may have something along those lines. Because some of them have been pretty detailed already. But I just don't see that having a town hall to gather more, because I don't even know how many people would show up, to be honest with you.
Well, I don't know.
Well, no. I mean, yeah, a town hall saying we're moving ahead. If you don't show up, the place would be filled. Town hall, yeah, we just want to talk about what's going on.
Well, no, I mean, we had those town halls where we just wanted to talk about it. But we did get reasonable turnout at those, but from a different group of people.
Mayor, I think, bottom line, let's look at the bottom line. The current proposal, people are rejecting, and I think we all agree with that. And the bottom line, even from people who are rejecting this proposal, said, yes, there's still a problem, and we still have to fight, and maybe it's something we need to address at further meetings. We need to address the issue and move forward with something. Find out what we can to solve this, because people that were against it are saying, yes, there still is a problem.
But that's my challenge, Al, is.
How do you do that?
I mean, so I'm not a doctor, but I think of it in terms of a doctor. You have carpal tunnel syndrome.
I do.
It's very painful. You go to the doctor says, you need surgery. You say, that's going to be painful, it's going to be expensive, I can't afford the recovery time, it's horrible, I don't want to do it, give me something else. There is nothing else. And that is what I am most concerned about, is that there is a perception that we can find a magic solution. We have tried. We have done the research. We have done the studying. The solution that is invisible, everything is in someone's backyard. Every tower out there is in somebody's backyard. Any new towers we put up would be in somebody's yard. It would affect them more than other people. Any tower, 35 feet, and by the way, the height of the tower has nothing to do with the energy in the radiation. It's the antenna. But fine, you put any new antennas in a community and it increases RF emissions. So if health issues from radiation are a concern, then there is no solution, to Earl's point. If affecting property values for people is a non-starter, then there is no solution.
Well,
And in addition, what I wanted to say was in addition, and this is the other thing, which is there are other solutions out there, okay? It's putting the city in the business. That was what it would be. We'd be spending money. The carriers won't come on their own. We found a way we could get them at a minimum cost. We could, as you said, and by the way, people may want us to do that. My fellow council members, I can tell you I'd be against that. I'm a small government guy. I do not believe in municipal governments getting involved in areas where they don't have any expertise. I'm telling you, I will always be against that. Now, in another 2 years, there'll be another guy sitting in this seat. They may want to go saying, we want to get in and we're going to tax the hell out of you and we want in the biz. But you'll never get me to do that. And so therefore, that's where I come from, and I go, what is this solution, the magic solution that's going to come that isn't what we're talking about? And if we don't want to ruin the parks, it's going to be getting in the biz. And I can't support that.
I don't even know that that's a solution.
We've been talking about this for 3 hours now, and as much as I would like to spend another hour on it, I don't know that we're making any real progress with this discussion. I think what we are agreeing on is we are going to not proceed towards putting this on the ballot. We're going to re-examine, we are going to ask staff to make some recommendations on re-examining criteria or leading a discussion of re-examining criteria.
I think it has to be a
And I
council
think once
discussion.
we do that, we can then look at what the process might be further down the road.
And
Is everybody good with that?
Counselor, I agree with that. My only comment to you is what Mayor just said is exactly right. If we can never have, or if we are never able to overcome a concern about health, then no solution will exist. And the way I look at this is there will just be a continuation of whatever coverage is able to be beamed in from the outer areas. And that's what the village will have to live with. But the reason I mention that is, I'm kind of throwing the ball out here to our Doctors Balanoff because you guys are sort of our expert. My background, I did a lot of, work on epidemiologic risk factors. But you guys are our experts on this, and I guess the question is do those lower towers pose a health risk that's unacceptable? Or are there solutions out there that are risk-free health-wise? And if the answer is no, we're always going to get stuck on this health problem. And so, that's the one criteria that we have to really, is there no risk?
And maybe
that's
that
the
be, but
discussion.
can we move on?
Yes,
Because we've still got the
I would
rest of the
support
agenda.
Councilwoman McGuire's
So-
recommendation.
We second whatever.
I would too.
I think
like
that
it.
needs to be so at this point, we are going to not move forward with a November ballot issue. And we will at a future meeting, and it has to be a council discussion. We can't go back and tell staff to come up with these criteria because you
Yeah.
have them in your heads.
Yeah, a council discussion.
And
They can-
revisit revisit the criteria and then determine where to go from there. That's what we've decided?
Yes.
Okay. That is the direction to staff.
We'll do a study session. I would recommend, obviously, August 6th doesn't work, but maybe at the earliest, the second meeting in August, if not the following.
Okay.
Okay,
All right. Thank you.
thank you. Thank you all. We have a couple more items of business.
Moving right along.
Yes.
And you're all welcome to stay.
For
It's
new
really
business,
exciting.
Resolution 11, Series 2024, accepting a donation from the Cherry Hills Village Police Foundation on behalf of the Cherry Hills Village Police Department. Chief Lyons.
Well, first, good evening. Certainly, as you know, in the resolution, there was a very generous yet unanticipated donation to be made by the Cherry Hills Village Police Foundation. The lion's share of that is as a gift from our Citizens Police Academy alumni. The inaugural class that graduated just a few weeks ago. All of those funds will be used to purchase some advanced equipment that allows us to increase both our training opportunities with reality-based training equipment, as well as you heard earlier this evening, if you can remember that far back, the drone and a ballistic vest for our newly acquired K9. So I would ask for your consideration in accepting that donation so that we can make those purchases as requested by the foundation. Thank you.
Chief, I was a little confused because in the memo, it says the purchase of a service dog and training. Did that change? Am I looking at the right thing?
Yeah, it does say that. It says, "The
In
police
the
department desires to
grant,
utilize the proceeds of the donation to fund the purchase of a police service dog and related training." Maybe that just was not updated from the previous, because
that
we
just from
did
an old one?
receive a donation for that.
We certainly did, and if that is in the
Okay, so it is the vest and the training.
yeah, and the specialized equipment. Council already accepted the donation for the dog earlier this year, and August it's been purchased.
Thought maybe you're getting another one.
Knock on wood.
Any other questions, discussion?
I move to approve Resolution 11, Series 2024, accepting a donation from the Cherry Hills Village Police Foundation on behalf of the Cherry Hills Village Police Department.
Second.
That's been moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Resolution 12, Series 2024, reappointing a member to the Board of Adjustment and Appeals. Clerk Gillespie.
Good evening, Mayor Brown, members of City Council. Staff is presenting for Council's consideration tonight reappointment of a member of the Board of Adjustment and Appeals. He finished his partial term in May, and staff dropped the ball. I'm bringing this to you for reappointment. He does desire reappointment. There haven't been any meetings since then, and on City Attorney's recommendation, we are recommending that this is a retroactive appointment to a full 3-year term, but happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Motion?
Move to approve Resolution 12, Series 2024, reappointing a member to the Board of Adjustment and Appeals.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Commission member terms ending in September. Clerk Gillespie.
Thank you again. We have 2 Planning and Zoning Commission member terms ending in September. One is a second term, the other is a partial term. Both members do desire reappointment. So staff is seeking council's direction on 2 reappointments, 1 reappointment and a recruitment process, 2 recruitment processes, whatever you'd like to do.
I say we reappoint.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
You don't think you need a motion?
Yes. Direction, we don't have, it's just direction. Yes.
Right.
To reappoint. Okay. There's consensus on that. And moving on to reports, I don't think I have anything further. No, I shouldn't. Actually, that's not true. There is Denver is rezoning a property on our eastern border. What's the address? 4340 South Monaco. And there was oversight in their notice that they were supposed to notice residents in Cherry Hills Village and didn't do that. I and the city staff, Director Workman, submitted a letter to the Denver Planning Department asking them pointing out both that error in their noticing requirements and also pointing out other factual inaccuracies in the application and in the staff memo. They did correct the notice requirements. The planning board met on July 3rd, and Councilor Sheldon and I and Director Workman all testified to deaf ears, and it was unanimously passed by the planning board. It goes to the city council in Denver in August, where I presume it will pass. The applicant has scheduled another open house meeting for this Thursday at
4:30. Open house from 4:30
It's an
to
open house.
6:30, sorry.
4:30 to 6:30 at the property. I know that the residents in the Charlevoix area who are the closest to that are aware of that meeting, but it is open to anyone. And if there's anyone on council or in the community that would like to attend, I would encourage you to do that.
On that topic, before you leave and not having any of the Charlevoix residents jump out at me, we know it's going to be approved, and we know that affordable housing is a big issue. And we know that, in the words of our mayor, Cherry Hills is not the poster child for affordable housing. And I've suggested to some, is it worthwhile to try to talk and say, is there something that Cherry Hills can do to support that effort and get some sort of credit or and I'm forgetting the word when I was talking to Alex Brown, but it's some allocation associated with it to provide things that happens in these kinds of things. It just seems to me that knowing that that's going to happen, doesn't it make sense to sit there and go, okay, how can we be involved in that process, be able to have some impact on it and or get some credit in terms of our contribution to affordable housing? It just seemed to me that that was a concept worth thinking about.
Well, may I? Earl, I think on that topic, Mayor and I did acknowledge that we believe that their efforts are good and what they're seeking is welcome and it's a good thing. We were pointing out the flaws in the technical postings. We also thought there might be some flaws in the criteria being met. But what they're seeking as far as the affordable product is certainly an initiative, not only that our state level government, but our local Denver government, as well as Cherry Hills, I think government is in favor of seeing happen. Anyway, I lost my train of thought. Sorry.
Well, just to make sure, I wasn't suggesting that. I applauded the letter and that staff put together and basically Mayor Brown put together. And I don't care whether something's a good idea or not. You need to follow procedure. You need to follow protocol. You need to do due diligence. You need to not make misrepresentations, which their presentation was full of. And everything that you all did, it was right spot on the money. Now, having said that and putting that aside, knowing that this thing's going to go forward, appropriately modified to be in accordance with hopefully protocol and what have you, is there something then that we can do in reaching out and working with, and I'm, who's our rep?
To be, Meg Froelich?
And talk with and just say, hey, what do you think here at the end of the day? I don't know. It just
Well, so to
seemed
be
like an
clear, our concerns weren't specific to the fact that the project being proposed was affordable. It was all of the other criteria. What they really want is money, private activity bonds, and we don't have them. So
we don't qualify.
I don't know that there is something is the answer.
Well, and again, and I don't know, I mean, it gets into it, but you sit back and you say, hey, I'm spitballing here, right? I don't know what the hell I'm talking about, but it's like going, hey, we'll give you $500,000. We want you to rent 2 of these apartments to teachers at Kent Denver or St. Mary's or Cherry Hills. I can tell you right now, at Denver Academy, where I sit on the board, we're looking at doing all of those kinds of things. And other people are talking to us about doing them. Schools are out in droves trying to figure out how to house their teachers closer and nearer to their schools. And we've got 3 schools. What if something like that could happen? And they said, okay, we will make sure, and again, Alex Brown had a term for this, that it happens, and yeah, we'll make 1 or 2 or 3 of these affordable apartments available to teachers in your area. But evidently that's a thing. Is that a good thing, bad thing? I don't know, but it seemed like it was a worthwhile thing to investigate to me.
Okay. Councilor Sheldon.
Thank you, Mayor. I have no comment.
Yep, Councilor Blum.
No comment other than the fact, Jim, I want to thank you. We spent 5 or 6 years here together, and it was a real pleasure. And if you want to go play golf, just give me a call sometime.
Councilor McGuire.
Hey, I just wanted also to echo my thanks. You stepped in and provided a solution that really benefited the city and certainly made this last however many years it's been. Is it a year and a half? 2 years? 7 years? 1 year. 1 year? Well, you made it a lot easier.
Depends on if it's dog years or not, but.
But thank you so much.
Councilor Eber.
No report. I'd like to thank Jim for filling in and all the service that you did even before when you were not a fill-in, but were the actual city manager. I think the city is much better off as a result of your service to all of us, and I want to make sure that we all extend our thanks to you and wish you well in your next phase of attempted retirement.
Councilor Holen.
I'd like to also again thank staff for all the work they've done to date on the cell phone issue. And obviously thank Jim for being willing to step in a unique situation and help us out. It has been a pleasure, like everyone said. And one thing I didn't read in my written comments because I didn't need to, but I'm going to say it now. When I was talking about cell phone, and I said, why do I have confidence? And I said, to that end, I doubt whether any city in the metro area has a city manager with more expertise in investigating and developing capital projects like the man that we do in Jim Thorson, even if he is currently only our interim city manager. But I'm just so thankful that that this worked out, not only for you, but for our city manager, Chris Kramer, who we're anxious to welcome back. And we just really appreciate everything. And don't wait long for that call from Al Blum on golf, because he's been telling me that for years, and I've never gotten that call.
I think you told me that on the last retirement.
Mayor Pro Tem Wheel.
Thank you so much. I guess a couple things. I should certainly make it unanimous. Thank you, Jim, for all you've done. By way of my report, there is a regional housing needs assessment on DRCOG's website. The summary is in the meeting packet for tomorrow night's board meeting. You might want to take a look at that. It kind of confirms what exists, but that's going to be floating around, and want to make you aware of that. If you have any problems finding it, let me know. Now, Jim, I know Laura Gillespie has cautioned me that you wanted to sort of go softly into the good night, but we couldn't quite let that happen.
Not tonight.
So we have a proclamation here that I want to read here on behalf of everybody at the dais. City of Cherry Hills Village proclamation designating July 16, 2024 as Jim Thorson Day 2.0. We went back into the records and we found that there was a Jim Thorson Day back when you retired the first time. So this is retirement, Jim Thorson Day 2.0. Whereas Jim Thorson has served as interim city manager of Cherry Hills Village for 1 year, ending July of 2024. And whereas Jim Thorson previously successfully served as city manager for the 4 years ending in July of 2020. And whereas Mr. Thorson has served 39 years in local government. And whereas Mr. Thorson came out of retirement, returning to Cherry Hills Village staff as interim city manager to seamlessly guide the city during the leave of absence of Chris Kramer, city manager, and is now retiring again, effective July 31, 2024. And whereas Mr. Thorson has continued the progress of the city of Cherry Hills Village with improvements during his tenure, including expansion of the Cherry Hills Village Police Department, upgrading Cherry Hills Village Police equipment and capabilities, procuring the first electric vehicles for the city, expanding Public Works electric equipment, which was grant funded, receiving another GFOA budget award for excellence, completing the sale of 90 Mead Lane, recruiting several outstanding employees across the organization, installing new sculptures at John Mead Park, also donation funded, installing Dahlia Hollow Park replacement play rocks, grant funded, completing the compensation study, collaborating with the Cherry Hills Village Land Preserve to improve the facilities and programming at Quincy Farms, and implementing numerous safety, process, and infrastructure improvements, all while exceeding the city's financial targets. And whereas Mr. Thorson has served in a manner which demonstrates the highest standards of integrity, a high level of initiative, prompt and thoughtful responses to residents' questions and concerns, and provided the city staff with a leader that listened, mentored, and trusted his staff to realize the mission of their respective departments. Now, therefore, The City Council of Cherry Hills Village recognizes Jim Thorson for his great public service and honors him for his significant contributions to the city and proclaims that July 16, 2024 be designated Jim Thorson Day 2 in the city of Cherry Hills Village. Presented at the regular city council meeting, the 16th day of July, 2024.
And in addition, we have the classic staple of retirement gifts, the mug, that says, "Let's try this again. Happy retirement." And because clearly you weren't finding enough to occupy your time, the bucket list, 1,000 adventures, big and small. This will keep you busy so that this time it sticks. Yes, do we want to do pictures now, or why don't we actually, we'll do our staff reports and then take pictures before we leave. How about that?
Well, first of all those things in that proclamation, I had no idea I did those. But it's your great staff here at the city that really pulled all that together. I think it was mentioned today about how great a staff you have, and it is really true. The staff here is amazing. First of all, they welcomed me with open arms when I got back, which was really nice. And second, I got to meet a few new faces that weren't here when I was here last time. And I can say the quality and expertise of those are fantastic all around. So I'm really proud of the staff that you have developed, and I was just able to take advantage of. Second, I got to admire the insight and wisdom for the staff, for the council to actually even hire me back. But you guys are terrific. One of the reasons I did come back was because I knew this council was terrific, and that made that easier decision for me to come back, knowing who was on the council and the values that you all have. So, and finally, I'll just say to Chris Kramer out there in Spaceland tonight, glad you're coming back. I'm happy about that, and I know you're going to do a terrific job when you get back, and staff is anxiously waiting your return. So with that, thank you very much for the gifts, and I appreciate it very much.
Thank you. City Attorney? Director of Finance? City Clerk?
Just a reminder that directly prior to our next August 6th meeting will be the candidate information session 3:30 and the National Night Out starting at 4:30.
Thank you. Chief Lyons?
Thank you. Just one quick thing is, as you may recall, yesterday was the start date for 4 new officers. One was a vacancy that we filled, and 3 were brand new positions that were graciously approved by this council mid-year. And I'm happy to report that those positions are filled. We have them in-house this week. 2 of them start their field training program next week, which will be here in the city in the field with a specially trained officer. And then the other 2 will be starting the police academy on Monday with a graduation date in mid-December. So again, I just want to extend my appreciation for council's approval and the increase in that authorized strength, and the city will feel its benefits. So thank you. Thank you. That was the other thing. That was well played. The swearing in is Thursday at 3:00, and that will be for the 4 new officers plus the K-9 officer who was hired by himself back in January and has not yet had his swearing in. And somehow, I haven't figured it out yet, but also K-9 Tuco will be sworn in that day as well. So it will be interesting for all of us.
Raise your paw.
Yes.
Director Ducharme? Director Workman?
No report.
Director Goldie?
Well, I think I speak for the entire staff when I say the second round was just as painful as the first with Mr. Thorson. No report.
Director Black? Okay, well then,
Motion to adjourn.
we are adjourned.
Mayor?
Yes, let's get pictures.
Could we adjourn in honor of Buck Hutchins?
Oh, that's right. I was sorry. Oh, they were supposed to be, sorry. Quickly, Buck Hutchison, the neighbor of, next to City Hall here, passed away earlier, I guess last week. And we just wanted to adjourn this meeting in his honor to remember him and his influence in our village. So
absolutely.
we re-adjourn.
Terrific.